The board meeting will convene in 1 minute. The March 3rd State Board meeting will now come to order. Good morning and welcome to the March 3rd, 2023 State Board of Education meeting. Board members, please engage your microphones before speaking and turn them off when you are finished speaking. Please note that board members may be using their cell phones and laptop computers to access the agenda and information related to this meeting. Live streaming is available through the State Board of Education website. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Patsy Kojans,
Here.
Lisa Fricke,
Here.
Patty Goobles,
Here.
Jacqueline Morrison, Kirk Penner,
Here.
Sherry Jones,
Here.
Elizabeth Tegmeyer,
Here.
Deborah Neary,
Here.
Deputy Commissioner Friesen,
Here.
7 present, 1 absent.
There are 7 members present. Quorum is established. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Information on the Open Meetings Act is posted as you enter the room from the main entrance doors. The Open Meetings Act is also posted on the State Board of Education's website. At this time, we will have a presentation from NDE staff member Lane Carr on the progress of ESSER investments. Lane, would you and any guests please make your way to the front of the room? As Lane is getting settled, it has been about a year since we received American Rescue Plan funds. And over the last year, we have heard presentations from external entities to explain how they are using the provided ESSER funds. So this really serves as an annual report of progress with the use of ESSER funds as well as the activities. Lane, I hope I didn't steal your thunder there, but
That's a great introduction. Thank you very much. Well, good morning, board. Good morning to the public that's listening in. I'm excited to be able to share a little bit about actually 2 years of impact that we've had at the nearing 2-year anniversary of the passage of the American Rescue Plan. I'm sorry that my colleague Deborah Dagba was unable to attend, as that she put together a lot of this presentation and the testimonials that you're going to hear about the impact that these funds have had, the statewide investments that we've made as a board. A little bit about my goal today is to provide just a high-level overview of ESSER. It has been a while since we've talked about ESSER funds, so I want to just sort of jog our memories about the use of these funds, share a little bit more about our priorities and where we've been really investing, and then dig in a little bit to the core values and storytelling that we're now well on our way to doing. I'm going to share some testimonials, some of the impact stories, and then I'll describe our next steps in this as well. So just a quick overview. As you recall, there have been 3 rounds of the elementary and secondary school educational relief funds, or ESSER funds. The first in the CARES Act, second in CRISA, and then the third in the American Rescue Plan, which was passed in March of 2021. So 2 years this point of impact. You'll see that the vast majority of funds, 90% across each of the 3 tranches of funds, have gone to our districts. And we have been very encouraged by the ways that our districts have been investing in high quality instructional materials, professional learning, summer and after school, infrastructure that makes their schools safer, across the board. And at a later point, we would like to have a conversation about the way that our schools have been using funds and engage them in that conversation so they can share the impact as well. What I'm going to really be focused in on is this bottom row, which is around our set-aside funds. And you'll see the impact that we've had and the investments that we've made across these statewide activities. So just a high-level overview again of the American Rescue Plan, and specifically ESSER 3 was passed and signed on March 11th of 2021, and it included $122 billion nationwide for all 50 states and our territories in this ESSER 3 pot of funds. It's really focused on safe in-person learning and instruction, as well as a focus on addressing unfinished teaching and learning. We've been really able to focus on sustainable, evidence-based programs and interventions for our students through this investment. A little bit more about it here, ensuring that we're focusing on early childhood, summer and after school. You'll hear just a little bit about that, as well as ensuring that we're focused on staff, right? And making sure that we have, at the time when this was passed in 2021, there were concerns around laying off staff, especially our certified staff. So using these funds to really bolster both the teacher workforce as well as just the workforce in general in our schools. So these are the primary goals that were sort of laid out as the American Rescue Plan was shared with us over the almost 2 years ago at this point. So as we talk about then our priorities and the state board's investments that we've made with these statewide funds, we began the process in March and April of 2021 by listening to stakeholders. We had 14 roundtable discussions with stakeholders to hear what is most important at this time as we're sort of emerging and moving to this place of recovery. What's important to you all? We put out a survey to stakeholders as well and received quite a few responses on that to really zoom in on these 5 areas that have been our priorities in this for these funds over the past 2 years. The first is a distinct focus on comprehensive mental health supports and services. You're going to hear about the impact that that has had here in just a moment. We've been focused on thinking differently about what family and community engagement looks like and ways to incorporate and build capacity between schools and families and communities. Huge investments in unfinished learning and supporting learning acceleration. And I'm going to share a couple of the highlights from our math acceleration project with you. As we all know, there is not only a need for high quality professional learning, but also ensuring that our teacher shortage is addressed. And then finally, thinking about our own systems and the systems that we implement at the NDE and being able to modernize those with investments, key investments in data systems and technology. So those 5 areas have really been our anchors as we've moved forward in investments and driven the conversations that we've had with you. Just to show a little bit differently, right, we're really looking at this bottom row, the NDE set-aside funds, which totaled around $53 million in this final ARP ESSER 3 funds. And you'll see then the breakdown over to the right, where half of those funds, or 5% of the total, has to be used for evidence-based interventions, 1% for after school, 1% for summer school, 2.5% for emergency use, which is quite broad, and then 0.5% for the administration, which is what we're using to make sure that we're tracking these funds, ensuring their effectiveness, et cetera. Those 1% summer and 1% after school was a new requirement, and as you may recall, we brought you those schools, and we have seen an expansion, almost a 60% expansion in the funding for summer and after school in our state over the last 2 years with these funds. So as we think about where we've been and where we are now, the opportunities really are to highlight the stories from the field, which is what we're starting today. It's the beginning of a conversation today. And we want to build on what's working. I think what you'll see in the future is when we're continuing to tell the stories of these ESSER funds, not much of what we're doing is brand new. We had a lot of strong projects, strong progress in place already, and we wanted to really invest in and bolster that. We also have been very intentional, not only because the law requires it, but because we think it's the right thing to do in focusing these funds on schools that have been most impacted by COVID-19. And then now we're in this conversation of thinking about the long term and sustainability around these dollars. On the right-hand side of this chart, as we sat down with our ESSER team, those that have contracts that are using ESSER funds, we wanted to think about the core values of what we're trying to do and what we want to ensure as we're reporting these, not only to you, but also to our stakeholders and our taxpayers. So these 4 core values emerged. We have to be transparent with these funds. We have to be transparent with any funds, but especially with our ESSER dollars. It's a massive investment, massive investment. And so we want to make sure that folks know what not only we're spending these dollars on, but also what our schools are spending these funds on as well. Along those same lines, accountability. So being able to share the progress, share that transparency, again, I think is so important, and communicate about that, which is the 3rd bullet. That communication also includes impact stories, not only the qualitative impact stories, which are some of what you're going to hear today, but also the numbers. What have these funds yielded? What have been the results? And that then flows nicely into the 4th, which is all around evaluation. I think what you'll find is with almost every one of our ESSER investments, we have some sort of independent third-party evaluation in place, which I think is going to be critical then for that sustainability conversation that we're ready to have. So with that, I'm really excited for this part. And again, this is where I wish that Deborah was here, because she spent a lot of time working with stakeholders to get these testimonials about the impact that your ESSER investments, our ESSER investments, have had. So I'm going to share just a few of the qualitative, a few of the things we heard from stakeholders as we reached out to them. And I'm going to kind of share it in a couple of big buckets. And we'll start with the comprehensive mental health support and services. This investment has been around $14 million, led by Dr. Zainab Rita and her team, as well as partners across the state. And as we asked stakeholders, how have these funds impacted you? We got a couple of great answers. From Michelle at ESU 6, I'm not going to read it verbatim. You have the slides, but I want to just highlight specifically the increased capacity at the ESU to serve the schools in the district. The sustainable improvement process that has been created through the use of these funds, and a more effective system of providing support. Effectiveness, increased capacity, sustainable improvement. From Amy, who is a school counselor at our nearby school, Wilbur Claytonia, these funds have been absolutely critical for creating a new incentive program for positive behavioral supports for students and staff. really been focused on data-informed decisions and continuing to see the wonderful things that this is going to have, the impact that this is going to have at the school. One more that I would offer from Fillmore Central, 7 through 12 counselor Haley notes that this project's been the most impactful initiatives I've been part of in my educational career. Students and staff at Fillmore Central feel more positive, lasting effect from the work with Mental Health Project, and we're really grateful for ESU 6. So the testimonials speak for themselves here in the direct impact that these investments, we've heard about the need for additional mental health support, and we've really started a conversation with these ESSER funds on the impact not only at a service unit level, but right in the classrooms and right in those schools. One of our early investments in our data systems was around Canvas. So Canvas is a learning management system that is provides access, online access for resources and tools and lessons. And schools during the pandemic were sort of all over the place using Google Classroom and Canvas and other Seesaw in the elementary school, right? Multiple different things. One of the things that we saw was the value of cohering all of those together and incentivizing by funding one single learning management system. So we made Canvas available, and we have seen that almost 50,000 students per day are using Canvas. And you'll see sort of the dip. Even in the summertime in June, we saw a significant use of Canvas, which is a really great. So what impact has that had? Well, we've been able to ask some questions about that. We heard from a superintendent at Oakland Craig, Jess, who told us that we've been able to consolidate all of these multiple learning sites into one place. It's a really easy single sign-on for our schools, for our students, and grading syncs directly with PowerSchool, which is their student information system. So again, we're hearing the payoff of Canvas in this case as well. Another one is from Josh at Wahoo, who shares that this learning management system has been really important for professional learning communities. So a professional learning community is allowing our school leaders as well as our teachers to work together in an online format, share resources, share assessments, share assignments, anything on this online platform. So again, the impact of Canvas is great. I could go on and on about this Together Better partnership, but I shared with you a video earlier on, from Dr. Friesen shared this video earlier on from Schuyler Elementary School, one of Schuyler's elementary schools, that highlights the power of the community schools in that community. So we're not going to play the video, but it is phenomenal. We hear from students, we hear from parents, we hear from bilingual parents, we hear from community members about the impact that community schools and funding for community schools has had in this community. We did a pilot site with 4 community schools, full-service community schools, and we've seen each one take a different flavor and a different route in this work. Schuyler's video is really fun, and you'll see that it was all done in partnership with the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation, who this time last year shared the initial work of the Together Better partnership. And then I want to share the academic side. So we've been kind of speaking about the non-academic side, the tools and resources that we've provided, but we've also invested heavily in acceleration and learning acceleration. So in this sort of focus on unfinished teaching and learning, I want to speak to you about the Math Acceleration Project, which has been, exactly as it sounds, really focused on math and the needs of students and teachers in math learning. I shared just a few quotations, testimonials from different ESUs across the state. Great opportunity to pair with others in math and talk about what we're learning. Seeing teachers make connections with others is moving us forward with great conversation. Provided a roadmap to guide successful implementation of high quality instructional materials. And this is the start. We're year 2 of 3 in this math acceleration project. So I appreciate the qualitative side of things, but I also am focused on and ensuring the evaluation and the quantitative outcomes that we're seeing from this. And so I want to share with you just a few examples of the early evaluations as we're starting to see the payoff of these funds. So there's 4 that I'm going to share on this page. You'll see, and these will all be available online. You'll see that's our next step, is making sure all of these are available on our ESSER webpage. On the left-hand side is an evaluation report of the full-service community schools that I was just speaking about. In the middle, you'll see our ESSER collaborative expanded learning opportunity. That's that 1% in summer school, 1% in after school. You'll be able to see the communities, the number of students, and some of those early quantitative findings on that. By the way, that expanded learning collaborative is meeting for the first time together, actually the second time together, next week in an innovation summit focused on summer and after school learning. And then on the right-hand side is a focus on this learning acceleration. And again, sort of the adult behaviors that have changed that are leading to student outcomes. Again, early sort of emphasis on evaluation. And the final piece is, oh, I see this sort of got distorted. I apologize for that, is the school mental health project. Some of the results, the findings from the mental health project that I mentioned that had that qualitative testimonials and now paired with this evaluation. So my final slide is to just share with you some next steps. Our next steps is over this next month in March and into April, really focusing on transparency. So our goal is to have a transparency dashboard that shares not only the school and district level investments so that you can see how did Wilber-Claytonia spend their funding, right? What have they been using these funds on? Not only that, but also so stakeholders can see these projects and the other projects that we have invested in as statewide initiatives, and be able to see what has been spent and what is remaining in a contract perhaps. We're going to be sharing all of these resources that you saw here and many more on our ESSER landing page. We are really going to focus on the impact stories that these funds have had, both those qualitative and quantitative side. And then finally, engaging our school and district leaders in telling their stories, creating short videos, perhaps a hashtag. We haven't fully thought this out, but what we want to make sure we're doing is showing how diligently we at the NDE and our schools have used these funds, and engaging all stakeholders, our taxpayers, our leaders, our policymakers across that. So stay tuned. Our ESSER page is under construction as we speak, as we're adding these resources. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to share some updates with you, some of the early impact, and I'll see if there's any questions.
Board members, any questions or comments? Sherry?
I just have a comment, Lane. I so appreciate the NDE's listing of their core values for the ESSER reporting. Those 4: transparency, accountability, communication, evaluation. I think that's helpful for our constituency. And some people perhaps thought the federal government viewed the nation as having a bottomless money pit. And it's so important that we show evidence of how we are spending that money. And I think it looks like you are going to do that. So I so appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Deborah?
Thank you. I'm so proud of NDE and the long-term vision for this work and building capacity and sustainability. It's really impressive. I have 2 questions. One, and I keep getting this question, there's so much enthusiasm about our emphasis on mental health, which I so appreciate, but from at least one of the schools in my district, the question has come, Does that include looking at addictions in children? And because that seems to be something that their counselors are seeing, and I didn't know the answer to that.
You know, I don't have the answer either,
Okay.
but it is such an important topic that I would say maybe at a later time we could
Okay.
really dig deeper into that.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great question.
And then my second question is around the evaluation process and who our evaluators are. What's the process for getting them? Are we using the same ones over the years? Or, I mean, I know there's an RFP process, but, you know, I guess, how do we know we're getting a lot of different lenses
Yeah.
evaluating the work?
It's a great question. We have a myriad group of evaluators across our projects. I think some of it depends on whether the project is national in scope, and then it comes with that national contractor's own evaluation processes. We're certainly doing a lot of the evaluation ourselves, and then we also have contracts for. I'll give you one example. Our summer and after school work, right? Our 21st Century, which is a federally funded, separate from this, had a contract with an entity already, and we wanted to make sure that there was some coherence in that. And so we combined those two evaluations. So it's the same data sources, same data fields, all of that. And so we'll continue to look at the evaluation. It's such an important piece. I think that's what I would say right now. It sort of depends on the projects.
So, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it, and we'll definitely be going back and looking at the slides
Sure.
again. My question is, can you explain a little bit more in depth of the math project?
Ooh, the math project. Yes. So, and I may have to phone a friend, actually, if Marissa, Dr. Pizant would want to come and speak to it a little bit, if that's
Right.
okay with you, Dr. Friesen. And
Well,
Chair Goins.
I'd
Okay.
like to learn more, because
Yeah.
one thing that we found during COVID was online math was not the same as that in-class teaching, and so it just really illustrated the importance of having that classroom teacher. And so I'd love to hear more about how they are adapting and changing post-COVID.
Yeah, so we're working with an organization called Instruction Partners. They've done a lot of work, especially as it relates to teaching, learning, and assessment. And so what they did initially was to kind of modify what we would call an IPG, which is like an instructional practice guide for high-quality mathematics instruction. So they trained a lot of their teachers with that IPG. Well, not only teachers, the Math Acceleration includes a lot of people: mathematics coaches, building leaders, teachers, and trained everybody on that IPG. Oh, and I didn't mention ESU, Educational Service Unit staff as well. Trained everybody on the IPG, and then put it into practice in the classroom. And so there are just extensive like walkthroughs, coaching sessions going on. So that's kind of the gist of the work. They have loved it so much that they're asking us to do a continuation, but around early literacy. It has been just extremely valuable to everybody who's been involved. So it's like increase the capacity of our ESUs, our math coaches, our building leaders. So yeah, and I am happy that we have a lot of information about it. I'm happy to follow up and send you some of that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Patsy?
I just had a question at the end of your presentation.
Sure. Yeah.
You can answer it. But is there, what's the data that you're collecting saying about the positivity of that project?
About the Math Acceleration Project?
yes.
Yeah, so I would. She is already back there.
Yeah,
I'll go.
she's speedy.
Let's follow up on I love that there's some interest here, because what we saw early on was the impact of online learning, specifically on math, right? And so that's why we went big in an investment on this Math Acceleration Project. So we'll follow up with some more information and some of that data. What I will say is that the data has been really focused on the teacher actions and teacher efficacy and comfort of teaching math. So we'll follow up with that.
Okay, that's great. That leads me right into a compliment that I want to express, and that is that the dashboard being shared with teachers, and the compliment is anything that we can do to help teachers as we get out of this long period of discouragement and get into, I hope, an endless period of encouragement for them. And the dashboard, I thought, this is so wonderful that they'll be able to get on that dashboard and see what other teachers have done with, or schools have done with the ESSER programs and money, and maybe, implement them in their school without reinventing the wheel. So I just wanted to say yay
You
for
bet.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lane, for your presentation. This comment may be more for the commissioner than it is for you, but I think appropriate. These ESSER funds have always been a sore subject for me and continue to be. And I think it's great that we're highlighting all of the great things we're doing with the 54 million or whatever that number was. But there was 11 to 12 million dollars that was supposed to be going to updating our technology. And I didn't see anything about that in this presentation. I didn't think that was the best use of funds, considering all of the impacts that we had in the classroom. And so I would like updates on what's going on with that particular set of funds in the future, because that to me was a big pain point. So if we could get a dashboard or some updates on how the expenditure of those funds is directly impacting schools and the classroom and making things better for teachers in the classroom, because to me that's what the connection was, is that it was too much data collection, too hard on teachers. They were complaining about all of this, and we were going to streamline this process. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. The other thing Deborah just mentioned just kind of clicked into my head, and this is probably a policy kind of thing for a later day, but when you talk about addictions, Deborah, yesterday we talked about INSCAS growth being a computer adaptive test. So now we've gone to taking standardized tests on computers. We are also talking about math innovations that are happening on tablets. And I believe that since COVID, the electronic addiction in our kids has been exacerbated. And so I wonder if we as a department are looking at how much technology we are putting in front of our children, and whether or not there's a connection between how much time they're spending on tablets and electronic devices and what we as a department are doing to look at that particular issue. And so thank you, Deborah, for mentioning that. It's something I've been wanting to think about, but I think it's something as I hear these programs day in and day out and what we're talking about, it all goes back to something else in front of a kid's face. So, thank you.
Patsy, did you have another comment, or is your mic just still on?
No,
Okay.
oh, it's on.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Lane.
Yeah.
We are to agenda item 3, Deputy Commissioner's report.
Thank you, Madam President. February was a whirlwind of activity at the agency and with partners in the field. And I want to again shout out the NDE staff who are working tirelessly during this time of transition, many pulling double duty as we fill critical positions. For this month's report, I'll keep the structure around the same 3 areas: partnerships, processes, and pride points from the past month. I'll also spend a little time foreshadowing what March will hold for the agency. In terms of partnerships, we have the Coherence Project, We've shared with you a number of times the work our agency is doing around creating coherence around our multiple processes. Since the release of our new framework in January, our team has been meeting with ESUs and districts to support them in their understanding of how to bring together conversations about high-quality instructional materials, non-academic needs, and multi-tiered systems of support. I want to give a special shout out to the leaders of this work, Amy Rohn and Drs. Zainab Rita, Marissa Pezant, and Shirley Vargas. In terms of our transitions conference, NDE hosted a successful conference on supporting transitions for students and people with disabilities. This conference highlights another example of partnership within the NDE among Nebraska VR and the Offices of Special Education and Career Technical and Adult Education. LB 1173. Members of the NDE, that's Dr. Zainab Rita, Lane Carr, and LaDonna Jones Dunlap, took part in the kickoff convening of LB 1173, Childhood Wellbeing Work Group. The purpose of this statutorily designated group is to advance a practice and finance model to transform child and family well-being in Nebraska. NDE will be an integral partner in further meetings, and I'll keep you updated as this progresses. Secretary Cardona visited Omaha. We were honored to have Secretary Miguel Cardona in Omaha, and Mr. Secretary visited Omaha Bryan High School to tour its urban agriculture, design and construction, and transportation and logistics academies. He also visited ESU 3 to learn about their mental health services, and Secretary Cardona's visit showed the important partnership between state agencies like ours and the U.S. Department of Education. And we were also fortunate, I was, to have a little private moment with him, as well as 3 of our board members also were able to meet with him. In terms of processes, Assessment and Accountability Advisor, AAA. The AAA is in a regular cadence of monthly meetings, and this group advises the commissioner on important assessment and accountability processes, and they met on February 16th to advise on topics related to AQuest. Our legislature. The ND has worked closely with senators and committees through the advice of the State Board's Executive Committee. This has included public testimony, letters of support, and conversations with senators behind the scenes. Our partnerships with legislators continue to be strengthened as our staff are able to share their expertise. NDE staff continue to improve processes for quick, accurate, and thorough collaborations between the legislature and the NDE. NCTE, or the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education. NCTE is an advisory to the State Board and is composed of teachers, administrators, private parochial school representatives, and members from higher education. Among other important business, the NCTE recently discussed Rule 23 regulations and provided recommendations to you, the State Board. Our office move. I want to share a special thank you to Joel Sherling and Jason Gomez, who have been coordinating and facilitating our office move. Any construction project and move is a process, but it becomes especially difficult for government agencies when managing multiple bids, contractors, and the overwhelming needs of staff. Since the move began almost 2 years ago, we've had staff working at our 84th Street office, but now the building is really looking good and more staff are getting settled in. Phase 2 is beginning, and we're seeing improvements through the month. And then our pride points. National ESEA Distinguished Schools, Wakefield Community Schools, and Creek Public Schools were among 55 schools across the U.S. that have been named 2022 National ESEA Distinguished Schools. This program annually acknowledges the success of schools across 3 categories: exceptional student performance and academic growth, closing the achievement gaps between student groups, and excellence in serving special populations of students. Crete and Wakefield were both identified for their support of special populations. World Language Scholars. The NDE recognized 49 distinguished world language scholars during World Language Week in mid-February. The award recognizes students for their leadership in language learning, commitment to language study, appreciation for cultural diversity, and communicative competence. Students were nominated by their teachers and submitted a portfolio for review. Winter Sport Championships. While the NDE does not directly govern nor regulate school activities, we want to congratulate the public and non-public schools and their students who participated in championships for bowling, boys and girls wrestling, and swimming and diving. March will also be a packed month for activities, and we wish all students good luck as they compete and participate. Yes, March is slated to be a busy month, and here are some highlights for the month ahead. NDE's budget hearing. Our NDE team will appear before the Unicameral's Appropriation Committee on March 15th. We appreciate the work of both the Governor's Office and the Appropriations Committees in identifying their preliminary budgets and supporting the work of our agency. Summer and After-School Innovation Invitational. The NDE will be participating in the Expanded Learning Innovation Invitational, hosted by the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation's Beyond School Bells. And this event will be held on UNL's Innovation Campus from March 7th through 9th. Educator Shortage Quarterly Check-In. The NDE will meet with recipients of the Educator Shortage Grant on March 9th to hear about their progress and answer any questions. Special Education Advisory Council, the SEAC. SEAC is an advisory panel charged with providing policy guidance for special education and related services for children with disabilities. The council consists of a balance of parents, educators, administrators, and representatives from various state agencies who serve differently abled children from birth through age 21. SEAC will meet March 9th through 10th. The Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education, or CCPE. Their meeting will be on March 10th, and I will be in attendance. Midwestern Higher Education Compact, or I lost my train of thought. Midwestern Higher Education Compact. As a result of my CCPE participation, Governor Ricketts appointed me to serve as a commissioner on the Midwestern Higher Education Compact, and our Nebraska delegation came together this past Wednesday evening for a state dinner with MEC and their executive director. MEC brings together higher education leaders and policymakers from Nebraska and 11 other Midwestern states to develop and support best practices, collaborative efforts, and cost-saving opportunities. Through these efforts, it works to ensure strong, equitable, post-secondary educational opportunities and outcomes for all. AAA. The AAA meeting will be on March 16th to further discuss MSCAS and AQuest-related matters. CCSSO's Legislative Conference. Lane Carr and I will be attending the Council of Chief State School Officers Annual Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C., March 19th through 22nd. We'll be there at the same time as the NASB Conference, where Assistant Commissioner Four and a few State Board members will also be attending. While there, we hope to coordinate meetings with our national delegation. Career and Technical Student Organization Conferences. Several of our CTSOs host their state conferences in March. This month, Educators Rising will be in Lincoln on March 7th, HOSA in Omaha, March 12th through 14th, DECA in Lincoln, March 16th through 17th, and FFA from March 29th through 31st in Lincoln. State Colleges Board of Trustees meeting. I'll take part in the State College Board meeting in March, on March 22nd through 23rd at Peru State College. And the Autism Spectrum Disorders Conference is at UNL at Innovation Campus, March 30th through 31st. That ends my report. Let me say, when one looks at so many different acronyms, I went completely blank there for a moment thinking about all of them. And a comment made to me yesterday, I believe it was Lisa, who said something about getting a list of acronyms and trying to think of the different organizations. All that came to my mind at one moment right in the middle of that. But thank you for listening to that report and knowing how busy we are.
I know I've said this a million times, but I want to keep saying it. I love your communication style. I love that we are getting so much information from you because there's a lot going on. These are complex talk. You are all running in a million directions to keep our schools in the top 10 most successful in the country. So thank you for all the communication that we're receiving. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Will you be sending that list to us?
I will send this report out to you for your Monday report, okay?
Okay. And I ditto what Deborah just said. I'm sure everybody does that's on the board.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate it because it really does give me an opportunity to let you know what is going on and to give a shout out to our staff who obviously are involved in so many of the different things. So I appreciate your patience with listening to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Friesen. I would certainly echo the comments, and I appreciate your categorizing. You know, when there are so many things going on, it really helps with the communication to have it categorized as partnerships, processes, and prides. So thank you for that. Dr. Friesen, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda?
No, there are 0 items to be removed this time.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I continue?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. At this time, we'll have an update on the Teacher of the Year and Milken Education Award programs from David Jesperson, our own communications lead. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Happy to be here. David Jesperson, Administrator for the Office of Public Information and Communications. And I'm excited to see everyone today because I get to talk to you a little bit about an update of the Nebraska Teacher of the Year program. I'll give you a little bit of an update on the Milken Educator program as well. But really, not to bury the lead, at the end of the presentation, we'll be launching the nominations for the 2024 Teacher of the Year. So that's really what I'm excited to get to as well. So let's start with a little history. The National Teacher of the Year program is actually run by CCSSO, the Chief Council of State School Officers in the country. The CCSSO's National Teacher of the Year program is the most prestigious Teacher of the Year recognition program in the country. Each year, CCSSO provides state teachers of the year with a year-long, one-of-a-kind professional learning and development experience designed to increase each educator's leadership skills while celebrating their talents and commitment as extraordinary teachers. One teacher is selected by the National Teacher of the Year, and that teacher brings the national public attention to the importance of excellence in teaching. Every year, these teachers get to do, talking about the one-of-a-kind experiences. They visit Google's campus and learn from them about some different things in education. They have assistants in developing a TED Ed talk that each one of them would have an opportunity to participate in. They get to go to NASA's space camp and act like an astronaut for a while, which is always a major highlight. They do tour the White House, and they've been doing that for years, minus 1 year where no one got to go, obviously, with COVID. And they get to go to the college football championship game, which we only get to see a little portion of that. They get to do so much there. They're going to a conference. They get to participate in behind-the-scene things. And if you're at the game, of course, they don't show this on television, but they all get pulled out onto the field at halftime and recognized in front of the entire crowd as the Teachers of the Year. So it's a really special event for all of them. Of course, our 2023 Teacher of the Year, we announced in October. Renee Jones, she's an English teacher at Lincoln High School, and she has been doing some great things so far. She's already had some speaking events at a couple of colleges around the state. And then she and I attended a national conference just a couple of weeks ago in California with the National Teachers of the Year, where they all gathered. Keep in mind, so we got 50 state National Teachers of the Year, but there's an extra couple because Washington, D.C. gets one, and a couple of the U.S. territories also provide a Teacher of the Year. We had one Teacher of the Year from the Department of Defense that was actually teaching in Singapore currently. And so it was really interesting to get some of these different perspectives, and I think Renee really enjoyed that as well. Some of the highlights from that Teacher of the Year conference, as you can see here, here are all the Teachers of the Year that gathered. They had them line up together on some stairs and take a picture, and Renee, bless her heart, got front and center. I don't know how she did it, but I applauded her afterwards. Because oftentimes you'll get a teacher that is hidden in the back somewhere, and you're like, I think our teacher's there. So Renee did a really good job of making sure Nebraska was front and center and represented us very well there. I talked about the Google event. This is them at Google. She is kind of hidden in this one, in a Where's Waldo version. It's tough to find her in this one, but I promise she is there. They get to tour that facility. Here she is again. I didn't take this picture. This was actually CCSSO representatives that took it, and she's right in the mix, learning some different things at a Google Workstation for Education, which was a lot of fun. But this is really why they get together and why this Teacher of the Year conference happens. It's that they get to meet with each other, and they get to talk about issues, and they get to talk about the different things, that the challenges they're facing, and they get to really appreciate each other and buoy each other up quite a bit. During this conference, they get to learn a little bit about what it means to be Teacher of the Year as well. They get some media training, they get some public speaking training, things like that. But as you can imagine, they've already been named Teachers of the Year, so they're pretty good at public speaking as it is. They're pretty outspoken as it is. Not all of them are, so they do learn some of that. But really, they go over some big national trends and national topics. When I was there, this was kind of what I picked up during the conference that kept coming up. There's some recurring themes that was raised over and over again during the different conferences. The first one was talking just a little bit about the teacher shortage. Of course, that came up. It's a big national issue. We're having those topics here as well. What these teachers talked about, though, is what their perspective was, why they thought this was happening. And yes, pay was a factor. But if you talk to these teachers, and I sat back and listened, which was fantastic for me, while it was a factor, it was by no means the driving factor they believed in the teacher shortage. They think teachers enter the profession for a reason, and it's not to get rich. We've talked about that before. I've heard you guys say that too. But they think that some of the reasons behind the teacher shortage, they talked about the excess workload that has been going on to teachers across the country. They talked about the public perception of the education profession as a whole. The marketing of the teaching profession, and how we can turn around the perspective that things are all negative. That was one of the interesting things that I heard from the group, is that they felt like there was just this prevailing negativity towards the teaching profession, and how can they change that? And I think that's keeping new teachers from entering the profession, but they're also thinking and feeling that it's weighing heavily on veteran teachers and teachers who are like, wow, this is a really hard job anyways, and now we're also hearing all this negativity to the profession. So they talked quite a bit about that. And the last thing that they really talked about was the ability to develop more as a teacher. Some of them, as you can imagine, Teachers of the Year, have great support within the walls of their schools, but they know that's not universal. And they know that there are teachers, especially newer teachers, that are struggling. One of the things that I didn't think of that they brought up, and I thought was really fascinating, was it's those middle teachers, middle of the career teachers, who maybe they did get the support when they were early because people knew they were early, but then that support kind of dwindled off because they were supposed to be the ones teaching the new teachers. And so there was this kind of dead zone that they hit a wall of professional development, that if they didn't advocate for themselves and they didn't have that really good support inside the walls of their school, they had struggle moving forward. So it was kind of a dead end. Go back again. One of the other things they talked about were the increased responsibilities, like I said, teachers today aren't just teaching the subject matter that they went to college for. They're also the school counselors in the classroom. They're also filling vacancies for the other teachers that are out. Many of them are using their planning periods to sub for another teacher who wasn't there. And so the teacher shortage impacted the increased responsibilities. The increased responsibilities is impacting the teacher shortage. And they talked about that cycle that was happening. One of the other things they talked about that they believed were influencing both of those things as well were outside influence. When they were talking about this, they were talking about the kind of the political nature that has happened, again, with the public perception of teaching. They talked about how social media has become a really great thing in many ways for teachers. They can get their talking points out, they can share their success stories, but on the other side, there's a lot of negativity on social media, as we all know. And there was discussions about how to use social media, but also how to kind of step back from social media so you're not inundated with a lot of those negativity that was out there. They talked about the national news, almost always bringing up the negative side of education when they're doing a national story instead of highlighting some of these big, great events that are happening. And they talked about different lobby groups that were obviously a political tie as well, that you start seeing from the outside agencies as well. But the thing they talked about the most was all of that can be used, all of that can be digested, they can understand all of that. The hard part is the negative tone that a lot of this is starting to take. One of the examples that they had was if there was a group that disagreed with a certain way a school was teaching or information that was coming out, okay, let's talk about that. Instead, it turns into more of an attack on social media. I can't believe this school is doing X, Y, and Z. I can't believe this teacher is doing X, Y, and Z. And they said there's less personal discussions that they're having with different parties and different points of view. So that was one of the big things that they talked about was how do they avoid the negativity and turn it back into a productive discussion as they move forward. Along those lines, it was sharing good stories. And so like I said, they talked a little bit about social media doing that, but they talked about trying to be advocates for the profession as well. How do they, as Teachers of the Year, use their positions to start spreading that good news and start talking about the successes in the classroom, the successes at their school, the successes at their district, and the successes at the state level. They also talked about supporting each other. So supporting other teachers isn't just inside that school building. They were talking about getting together in groups, having professional development groups, and they actually got together and bonded quite a bit. This conference is really interesting because this is the first time that all of these current Teachers of the Year would meet face-to-face together. So already they were talking about how do we uplift each other? How do the Teachers of the Year support each other? What issues are they having? What challenges are they seeing? And how can they help each other? Up next for Renee, she's got some more visits coming up. She's got some more speaking engagements coming up, and I'm planning on having her address the board next month in April. So she'll come and talk and share some more personal highlights, I think, from the conference. And then right after our April board meeting, she's getting set to travel to Washington, D.C. for that big event as well. So she's got some big things coming up. NASA's space camp follows shortly after that, so she has a lot of different things coming up. What we're excited for is this is a snapshot of our homepage. We have launched the 2024 Teacher of the Year nominations. You can see there we've got it right on our homepage. We've got it on several other places on the Teacher of the Year page. And it's a very simple nomination form. So this year, to let everybody know, the way that we do nominations for Teacher of the Year, anyone can nominate any K through 12 teacher. They need to be a classroom teacher is about the only stipulation that the Teacher of the Year program has, is that it needs to be someone that's actively in the classroom. So anyone can nominate. It's a simple form. We've got links to it right there. It basically gives your information, it gives the teacher's information, and it has a paragraph spot where you can explain why you believe this teacher should be the 2024 Teacher of the Year. We'll be launching applications in about a week or two after we get some nominations rolling in, and we can provide some updates as those applications come out as well. The easiest place to do it is right on our homepage, education.ne.gov, and you'll see it's the third item on there. We've got this little issue about hiring a commissioner that is slightly above it. And then this recurring meeting about the state board that we keep on the top of the homepage there. But it's right after those two small things. So we encourage everyone to nominate a teacher that they believe is worthy to be the 2024 Teacher of the Year. One of the things at the conference that they described, and I love this description of the Teacher of the Year, this isn't necessarily the best teacher of the state. Like, oh my goodness, they're doing such amazing things. They're clearly the best teacher in the entire state. This is the best representative for the teachers of Nebraska. And so that's kind of what we're looking for this year as well, is who represents Nebraska teachers and how can they do that? And that's the nominations that we want to get. So the last thing I want to talk about briefly is just a request from all of you. You're in 8 districts across the state. You cover a lot more geography than I can cover, so I would love for you to be advocates for this program as well. Reach out to your school districts, your superintendents. If you know teachers, you guys can nominate Teachers of the Year too. Anybody can do it. There's no reason that you couldn't nominate someone. And just because a teacher gets nominated doesn't mean they have to throw their name in. It can just be an honor that someone decided that they were nominated. They still have to go in later and fill out that application. Don't feel like you're putting this big burden on someone by nominating them. They get to choose whether or not they want to fill out the application and continue forward. So please let me know if you need more information on the Teacher of the Year program, and I can get that to you, but I would love for you all to reach out to your school districts and encourage them to find a teacher in their schools, in their district. It would be fantastic if we had representation from all across the state in the program and make our decision for the 2024 Teacher of the Year really, really difficult. I would love that so much. So, tease that we're going to talk Milliken a little bit. Next week, I'm actually traveling to a conference on the Milliken Educator Award. Of course, we presented that. Dr. Friesen was there to present that about a month ago in Omaha, and that is a fantastic program as well. And so we're working with Milliken to help them search the state, search the country, to find some of the best and brightest Milliken educators as well. So hopefully we've been on a nice streak that we've had Milliken educators from Nebraska. Milliken's a little different in that they do not choose a teacher from every state. They only choose the award winners they believe are there that year. So sometimes states do not get a Milliken educator. So I'm hopeful that we can work with them and still shine the light on some of our great teachers and get another Milliken educator for 2023-2024 school year as well. So with that, if you have any questions.
Elizabeth?
Thank you so much for this. This was exciting to hear, and I've had a lot of questions about the Teacher of the Year program, and obviously it starts with the nomination process, but can you detail for my information and the members of the public how then the rest of that plays out?
It is a juggernaut for the teacher, I won't lie. It's a big application. So the way the process kind of works, we launch the nomination period, and again, it's an open nomination, so anybody can nominate any teacher across the state. That teacher will then be notified that they were nominated and be sent a link to the application. They get to look at that application, decide whether or not it's for them. The application is pretty in-depth. It has them provide a lesson plan. It goes through several essay questions. It has obviously awards and resume type stuff on there as well. If they choose to fill out the application and apply, they also need to get the sign off from their school principal and their district superintendent. The reason we need support from both the principal and the superintendent is that this teacher does get pulled out of the classroom quite a bit in their year. Renee's year has started already. We're just into March, and she's had to present several times during the week at teacher colleges at different events. This conference that we just went to was a 4-day conference for her. So those were 4 days that the school had to find some substitute teachers and that sort of thing. So this is not just an award that's for the teacher alone. The school district really needs to be supportive of that teacher and be willing to provide that support. Once they get that support from the principal and superintendent, the application is filled out and submitted. In August, this year we're looking at around August, it's usually near the beginning of the school year. We'll then get that group of nominations that have come in and the applications that have come in. We'll vet through some of them. There's an initial process that we go through that tends to knock out a few that aren't necessarily fit the criteria. Again, it needs to be K through 12. It needs to be a classroom teacher. Sometimes we'll get some folks that are more suited for a different Educator of the Year award. And so we'll move some of those out. And then we'll start the interview and selection process. The selection panel always includes the former Teacher of the Year. So Renee will be helping us choose the 2024 Teacher of the Year. There's always an NSEA representative that helps us out. There's always at least one NDE representative that helps us out. And then there's always one representative from you, the state board. And we'll work with President Goebbels to choose who that will be this year. And typically it does change every year on who those representations are.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sherry?
David, just wondering how many nominations did you have last year, and then how many of those turned into applications, I'm wondering?
The percentage is probably, and I don't have the total number of nominations and applications, but typically the percentage of those who are nominated to apply is about 20%. If we're in a good year, sometimes it's only 10% that choose to apply, because again, it takes quite a bit of work on the teacher's part and a big commitment from them, and then again, the commitment from the principal and the superintendent. And a lot of times it'll be someone will just nominate someone because we love our teacher and we just wanted to nominate them, and they're like, wow, appreciate it. But family commitments can really hold some folks back who say, oh, I can't leave for weeks at a time from my family. Other times it's school type of a scenario. So we're hoping to see a good turnout this year, and with your help, I think we can get a lot of nominations.
You don't have a number of
I
nominations?
don't have a number.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
So you had nominations. How many did you interview?
We don't typically share that publicly. I can talk to you later about it. Just because it can be so different every single year that we don't necessarily lock in the number of interviews and finalists for the Teacher of the Year.
Any other questions, comments for David? David, thank you for that very informative report about the Teacher of the Year program and about the application process. And thank you also for keeping us as top billing on the website. We appreciate that.
For a while, for at least another month, right? Okay, we'll keep you up there. Thanks.
Thank you. The next agenda item is item 4. This is the President's report. In listening to the presentations that we've had already this morning, I see that there's a lot of overlap in the report that I'm planning to give with Lane Carr's report, with David's report. So hopefully this won't feel like it's too repetitive, but the focus of my report really is on the teacher shortage. As you recall, at our February morning work session, we as a board identified teacher shortage as one of our short-term board priorities. There were 402, or 92%, of public schools, ESUs, and private schools that responded to the NDE teacher vacancy survey administered in the fall of 2022. The results of that show that there are 208 teaching positions in Nebraska that remained unfilled. There are also 769 positions that are being covered by staff members who are not fully qualified for those positions. The NEA, through a survey, has estimated that across the country, there are 300,000 education-related and teacher shortages this year. In other words, unfilled positions. Secretary of Education Cordona has asked state policy leaders for a call to action to consider recruitment, certification, and support-related policies to help with this national teacher shortage. NDE, as we were hearing from Lane, has implemented a number of programs using ESSER funds. They've also implemented and had in place a number of programs related to and trying to address the teacher shortage that we are experiencing. And in the documents that we have been provided from the staff, we see that they're organized, the shortage areas are organized by recruitment of teachers, preparation of teachers, and retainment of teachers. Because this is one of our short-term goals, I have thought about those three areas by putting them in guiding questions. The first guiding question that relates to recruitment is, what policies can we put in place that will help attract outstanding individuals to the teaching profession? With preparation, the guiding questions might be, well, what do we really need to do policy-wise to make sure that our teacher candidates are gaining the knowledge, skills, and dispositions that they need to have in order to successfully help students learn? And also with preparation, what kinds of learning opportunities do we need to provide to practicing teachers that values their expertise and that gives them worthwhile professional development? Those are guiding questions that we might choose to use as we start thinking as a board about how we can impact the teacher shortage through policy development. I thought also, as we start moving in this direction, and it's really interesting to me because we have some members, and you know who you are on our board, that when we did the Gallup Strengths work, that you are people who, if you see a need, you jump in and get started and get things done. And that's admirable. And I see that starting to happen in committees, some of our board committees, and that is, I'm excited about that. But I also see that we need to probably, as a next step, come together as a board and really say, okay, there are lots of things, policy initiatives, policy directives, that we could try and work through, but which one kind of comes to the top for us in terms of where we believe we might make the biggest difference policy-wise? So that's kind of what I see as next steps, but I also felt as a starting point, it might be helpful just to review some of the existing NDE programs by category of recruitment, preparation, and retention that are already in place, just to kind of help us have some background knowledge and some framing for our work. With recruitment, we know that there are lots of efforts being made to recruit our teachers. And just last month, during our special presentation from CTSO students, we learned how Educators Rising can inspire high school students to want to explore teaching as a profession, and that through classroom-related experiences, those Educator Rising students learn about both the realities of teaching, but also about the rewards of being a teacher. Another example of recruitment initiatives is the Educator Pipeline Grant Program. That program over the last year has granted $1.6 million to educational entities with the goal of working on teacher recruitment. Some of those educational entities are local school districts. Some of them are educational service units. Some of them are colleges and universities that have teacher preparation programs. And some are kind of partnerships among those types of educational entities. But they're the goal is common across all of those, and that again is to try and address the short-term teacher shortages, but also to really try to make some differences in recruitment over the long term. A final thought I had about recruitment is related to one of our agenda items at this meeting. We have on our agenda an item to take action related to the repeal of Rule 23. And as you know, and just for the audience's sake, Rule 23 right now requires that to be certified to teach in the state of Nebraska, the teacher has to pass the Praxis Core test, which is considered a basic skills test of reading, writing, and mathematics. We also have heard evidence that there are a number of teacher candidates who do not enter the profession because they cannot pass that basic skills test. So we're keeping some people out of the profession because of one required test. Obviously, if we vote to pass the repeal, what that will mean is one of the barriers to teachers being able to be certified has been removed. That's a policy-related kind of decision that we're making. As far as the preparation, I apologize, I have a cold, and as a result, I have a very dry throat. And when I talk, obviously, it's even drier. So I apologize for that little interruption and drink break there. In terms of preparation, there are two examples that come to mind for me right away. One of them is the EETP program, the Enhancing Excellence in Teaching program. That program is a loan forgiveness program for practicing teachers who enroll in qualified Nebraska higher educational institution graduate programs. That program is paid for by the Nebraska Lottery funds. Another program that always rises to the top when I am thinking about what NDE does for practicing teachers is our SEED program, supporting educator effectiveness through development. That is an NDE program that provides comprehensive professional development for teachers. And the competencies that those teachers who are part of SEED attain are related to the teacher and principal performance standards of Nebraska. We've heard today in Lane's presentation about, as we all have been aware, of the effects COVID has had on mental health, mental well-being for students, for communities, and also for teachers. ESSER funds have been provided through grants to local school districts so they can put together programs that are most beneficial for them in their local districts. I am certain, and I am hearing that in some of those schools, part of the focus certainly has been on teacher mental health. We know that more teachers were leaving the profession during the pandemic than usual, and the reasons attributed to that were teacher burnout and teacher stress. You've heard reference this morning to teachers who have felt overwhelmed because other teachers were and are absent, and so they have to fill in for classrooms and they don't have their prep programs. Just a lot more demands being made on teachers, and teachers reaching that point where they just say, I can't do that anymore, right? So those grants are really aimed at providing teacher support to keep people in the teaching profession. I'm looking back at the back and seeing Amy Rohn, and another program that comes to mind is related to special education teacher retention. Because we know that there is always a higher demand for special education teachers than there is supply. In other words, for many, many, many years, I mean, way back in the 80s when I was working in higher education, and I always looked at what are the highest teacher shortage areas. Special education was always right up there at the top. We know that special education teacher turnover is higher than for teachers who are not special ed. Again, that factor of some burnout is often identified as one of the reasons that you have a lack of retention of special education teachers. The NDE, in collaboration and partnership with ESU 13, thank you, Amy, with ESU 13 and the Nebraska Center for Research of Children and Youth, Families, and Schools, is engaged in a 5-year comprehensive program that is focused on special education teacher retainment. My point with providing you again with this kind of information and some examples is just to help us start thinking about this as educational policymakers. Now, what role can we play in helping with the teacher shortage as it relates to recruitment, preparation of teachers, and teacher retainment? And not that we would choose as a board to try and address all of those areas, but it's just another way for us to start framing the work that we have ahead of us with our identified short-term board priority of teacher shortage.
May I
That
make a
concludes my
comment,
report.
please? Oh, when you're done? Are you done? Okay. Thanks. I just want to make sure that we have clarity around this because I kept hearing the word start discussing, and I will just say, as long as I've been on the board, there's been a plan, there's been strategies, there's been priorities, there's been no question about what our number one priority has always been, and that's around the praxis. And so I don't want to give the impression outside this space that we haven't already done that, not to say that we don't need to keep doing it and having these conversations, but we very much have had those conversations and know what our priorities are, and are glad that we're going to continue to do that today. Would you agree?
Certainly, anything related to teaching is always at the top of our priorities, but my point being that as a board, we identified for this short term, right? In other words, what more can we do? What can we do in terms of policy development? So I'm sorry if it gave the impression that we have not done things related to teacher shortages in the past. Obviously, the example of Rule 23, this action item for repeal is only there because there has been years of discussion related to Rule 23. So I'm sorry if there was a misinterpretation of that, Deborah, so thank you for that. And
Yeah, I guess I just, many of us were in Kearney 2 years ago when we met with, what's the name of that organization? Sarah's group, what is it? And we came back with a list of priorities for recruitment, retention, and pathways to certification. And I know that it's been a priority of this board. Our number one priority has always been about removing the barriers of the praxis. And I'm glad that we're making steps, but that has been part of the strategy. And we've made progress. We've had conversations. We've engaged all the partners that need to be made. I know there's further discussions that we're going to be having, and I appreciate those that are going to be involved with those. And that we're going to finally achieve something that we've had in our crosshairs for quite a while.
Can I ask you a question?
sure.
One of those that you mentioned was loan forgiveness, and there was a bill, maybe this is for Brian. There was a loan forgiveness bill passed last year for is that the $5 million or, okay, but there was one. Where is NDE in getting that processed? Brian? Do you know what bill I'm talking about?
Brian Halstead, Deputy Commissioner. Help me out, Mr. Penner, a little
Okay,
bit.
there was a bill passed last year. I believe it was $5 million to help loan forgiveness from the legislature.
The LB 1218 had a component in it. I believe it's called the Teach Act that Senator Linehan originally introduced, that the Education Committee did enact, and staff here are preparing to roll that out because June is the beginning of the process, yes.
Okay. So was there a time limit to get that done, or?
Well, the time limit is by law, the applications start in June of 2023,
Okay.
and there's a decision that has to be made sometime in September for those who apply to determine who gets it. I hope I've got the
So
right
we're on target to be able to get that $5 million dispersed to those who qualify.
Yes, I would say we're on target.
Okay. That's it.
Yes, Kirk, we were updated on that last month, and I don't have my notes here with me, but I sent it to my constituency, and I'm sorry, I don't have it with me right now.
I
but-
should show up for
No,
meetings.
no, you're faithfully here, Kirk, but I can get you that information, and yes, they assured us that they were on the timeline, so we were very pleased with that.
All right. Betsy?
One of the things that we discussed at that meeting that Deborah was talking about 2 years ago that I think was reaffirmed in some of the information that was presented today was doing a campaign to encourage children and starting it earlier in education and for communities and the public to encourage people to go into teaching, to show encouraging information instead of negativity. And one of the examples that we laughed about and talked about is every little kid wants to be a fireman, all of those little jobs that they are thinking that they would be, and I agree with that 100%. But there's no reason we cannot be talking about in elementary school, middle school, and we are now with educators rising in high school, doing, I think, a really good job in college as well. But I think maybe the Department of Education could start the campaign. What is positive about being a teacher? What kind of information can we be sharing across the state that encourages teachers or people to become teachers? And we could use our own technology and our own expert that presented today, David Jesperson. We could say, come along with us and help us with this, and let's get it going. I mean, we have a lot of things that talented people, and if we work together, I think that could be started with us.
I'm sorry, I didn't intend for my report to turn into board discussion, but I'm really excited. I'm excited that it has, because that was part of the purpose, right, was to help you as board members really start thinking about what are some actionable policies that maybe we can start moving toward. So thank you for those comments, and I think at this point we will recess for 10 minutes. Okay. Our recess will end in a minute. All right, board members, back to order. Agenda item 5. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Is okay. It has been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Per board policy, there is no discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Fricky,
Yes.
Penner. Yes. Neary,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Morrison, Jones,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
8 yes.
The votes are 8 yeas. The affirmative has it, and the consent agenda is adopted. The next item of business are reports from standing committees. As the chair of the executive committee, I will provide that report. The executive committee reports on its Thursday, March 2nd, 2023 meeting. Members present were Chair Patty Goebbels, Vice Chair Kirk Penner, Lisa Fricky, and Jacqueline Morrison. The committee discussed talking points in preparation for testimony to be provided before the legislature on March 7th. The board will consider the full slate of bills and positions at the Friday meeting. Additionally, the committee discussed upcoming tasks for the committee. This included a full review of our policies and bylaws, consideration and planning for the new commissioner's performance assessment, and the development of legislative and regulatory priorities. The committee is also suggesting that guidelines be developed for how legislative positions are determined. Additional topics included new board orientation and opportunities for continuing education as board members, teacher certification and permits, and how the state board keeps up to date with advisory boards. This concludes the executive committee report. Are there any questions about the report? Okay. Agenda item 6.1A. Is there a motion on 6.1.A? Jacqueline?
I move to adopt the legislative positions as recommended by the executive committee.
Is there a second? There's been a motion and a second. Is there discussion? And I would like to give Board Member Morrison the opportunity to speak first in discussion since she made the motion.
Sure. So one of the things that you might, or board members might have remembered, is at our last board meeting, we discussed the legislative resolutions that had been introduced in the legislature. Part of those legislative resolutions, there are a couple in many different formats, but essentially a few of them look to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot that would, instead of the board being elected, it would be appointed by the governor. There are term limits in one of the bills, and I believe there are there's another that the commissioner would be appointed in a different type of way. And so I won't go through each of them, but I think you understand the gist of what we discussed. After meeting as an executive committee, staff and board members, there was some feedback that we received, specifically as it related to what position we would take on these bills. As you know, if we go, one of my concerns was that I didn't want staff to have to go and defend the board. The way that we've done a lot of our other bills is if we go in the neutral capacity or as a proponent or opponent, a staff member would go. And so I thought if we were going to take a position as it relates to our value to Nebraska, the work that this board does, we as a board needed to show up ourselves. And so in kind of talking through that, we also discussed what our position would be. And we, as an executive committee, decided we should take a position of opposition. And so as we discussed that, a lot of it was, how do we do that? What does it look like? You know, who delivers that message and things like that. And so ultimately, part of that conversation was we would show up in opposition. The president of the board would make some comments and statements, and that's how we would handle it. And so what we're looking for today is full board support in our decision to take a position of opposition against these legislative resolutions. And I'm sure any member of the committee would be willing to go further into and answer any questions about that anyone may have. But I do think it's important that we be unified as a board on this. Obviously, people can abstain if they want to, but once we take a position as a board, I think we need to be unified, so.
And I would add that part of the discussion was we are making an assumption that some of our educational partners will be there in opposition to these constitutional amendments. And what would their expectation be of us as a board, right? I mean, if they're there to really support us, are we compelled to be there supporting ourselves and supporting our position? We also saw this as an opportunity to provide information, to educate a little bit about, yes, there are different structures for state governance of education, like we talked about during our work session. But, you know, we originally didn't take a position because we said we didn't want to be in the position that we were being perceived as kind of promoting ourselves. But then through all of this feedback, we came to a conclusion that we need to speak to why a state board is important from the experience of being board members. So that's why the reverse in having no position, not maybe reverse, but moving from no position at all to taking the opposition position on this. Lisa?
I want to support what Board Member Jacqueline said, and also our president. It's a matter of having our president represent us and an opportunity to educate what our statutory requirements are, constitutional requirements are, and how we're structured that benefits the kind of local area, our district, and being able to stay in communication and know what's going on, and our constituents being able to contact us directly. So I'm just in support of educating through the hearing and letting them know exactly what we do and what our duties are.
Patsy? Thank you.
I agree. I'm not going to make this long, but I think that it would be really good if all of us could be in the audience. And if you can't, that's okay too, but just to show them the
Unity.
yeah, at the hearing, that we made an effort.
Deborah?
Have the hearings been scheduled?
They are scheduled for next Tuesday.
All of them?
Yes.
And we're talking about 3 of them, right?
There are 3 constitutional amendments. One
And-
is related to term limits of board members. One is to eliminate the state board and have the commissioner appointed by the governor. And the other one is to have a 7-member board with that board being appointed by the governor.
What about the one that takes away the power of the board? Is that the last one you just mentioned? No? And did we take a position on that one? That
Yes,
was Luann Lanahan's bill.
Yes, as you'll see in the running list of the positions that we've taken, we took a neutral position on that with the idea that this is an opportunity for us to provide some assistance in clarifying language that occurs in state statute related to NDE, commissioner, state board, because it's very inconsistent across the statutes that exist. So that was really our position on that, and again, it's a neutral, because by taking a position, we have an opportunity to provide information and provide assistance. And I'd certainly welcome any additional input from committee members.
Yeah.
I know.
May I? I guess I am very much against a neutral position and really feel like of all of them, that's the only one that I feel like really that we need to be an opponent, because all the rest of them have to go to the electorate for a vote, and this one doesn't. And this one has potential very negative ramifications for the state of Nebraska and the policymaking here. I feel like we shouldn't even have a state board of education if we're going to take away any of our ability to create policy and work as representatives to the taxpayers of Nebraska. So I feel like that one needs to be discussed, and I probably won't vote to support this agenda if we don't give that more consideration.
I don't have that document in front of me, but I think a part of the conversation that we need to discuss, and one of the things that I have been bringing up in our committee hearings, I've consistently asked, how are we distinguishing neutral from monitoring? And I personally don't believe that we have been very clear in what we foresee or what we view as our differences between those two. When we have said monitor, in my opinion, we don't say anything. We watch the bill, we see if it gets prioritized. It's no different than us monitoring a tax credit bill, right? We just look at it and know it's there. There are times when we've said we were gonna come and be neutral, and we were gonna write a letter in a way of, as educating and informing. And then, to me, there have been times when we said we're gonna be neutral in that we aren't gonna show up, we aren't gonna say anything, we're just gonna be neutral, but not take any action. And so then my question was, well, how is that different than when we're just monitoring something? And I think the response that I got was, well, we would put these positions up on our website. And so the difference between something that we're monitoring and that we're neutral on, the one that we're neutral, it would be displayed to the public as we're neutral. The things that we're monitoring, we wouldn't even put on the list. And so that was something to distinguish. I agree with you that that particular bill, and I think I brought it up at the last board meeting, I don't agree with. I would personally be in opposition to that bill. However, in this instance, I can tell you, I don't know what form of neutrality we're taking, because that word neutral to me is a moving target in how we use it. There's been discussion about further defining it next year or in the next session and given some clarification to what each of these terms mean. But I think I think it's important for this full board to know, because if I weren't in these executive board meetings, what does neutral mean this time? What does neutral mean that time? To answer your question, I don't know all the time. And I think it's a place we need to figure it out. But I agree with you on that particular bill.
Deputy Commissioner Halstead, would you please come up and provide a little bit more of the interpretation of what that bill means and what it would or would not do?
Brian Halstead, Deputy Commissioner, Agency Support and Services. So the bill, LB 690, has a number of changes to current state statutes that speak to the topic of, one, State Department of Education. That is a phrase the legislature has used in the past when they enact statutes. So the question to you is, when it says State Department of Education, whom is that speaking to? Because the Constitution says the State Department of Education is composed of the board and the commissioner. Other places in state statutes, the legislature specifically says, the State Board of Education shall adopt an assessment plan, or the State Board of Education shall or may adopt and promulgate rules and regulations to do whatever in that regard. And in numerous other instances, the statute says the Commissioner of Education shall do something, in the sense of the statute directs the Commissioner of Education shall issue certificates and permits to applicants based upon statute and the rules and regulations the board has adopted. So I think, as President Goebbels indicated, the legislature of the past has not always been as precise nor careful in the wording they put into statute. And that's not a criticism of past actions, but it sometimes does lead to, what is the responsibility of the state board? Or is this just an administrative act of the commissioner or the staff to do that? So That is one point. Now, the bill also does put in new language about specific duties the Commissioner of Education shall do. And there are a number of items listed there. It also does add some language about what the board shall not do without necessarily any specifics of what the board shall not do, other than they shall not do something that violates law, whatever that may mean or which laws we're talking about. So it is, I believe, well stated by Member Morrison. This bill is drafted in a certain methodology, and I think the issue you have to decide is, because the legislature directs, if you're going to come testify at a hearing, you either show up in the category of proponent, you show up opponent, or you show up neutral, with no direction of what someone as a proponent may or may not say, or in opponent or neutral. And I know I've been quoted here because I was quoting former Senator Ron Rakes as to whether that neutral is neutral positive, negative, or is it truly just neutral, 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 neutral. It's its own interpretation. So I'm going to stop there to see if that helps a little bit.
Thank you. And I understand the theatrics of it, as we've talked about, and how sometimes you might be more listened to if you come in neutral. However, in this case, because things are so easily confused these days and they're listening to a lot of testimony, I don't think there should be any question or confusion around our position. I would much rather, I mean, I don't care if we have term limits, that one they can pass. But I do care about some of the things that I think I read in this bill, and I would like for you to clarify for me, because we've all read so many bills, they're all jumbled up in my headspace. But my understanding is that this one takes away our ability to hire and fire the commissioner. No, that's not in this one? Okay, does it take, I thought that I thought the commissioner reports up to another entity other than the State Board of Education.
That language in the statute is not changed. First of all, considering that language is found in Article 7, Sections 2, 3, and 4. So that's a constitutional directive that one cannot change in statute. Now, it does include language after it says the State Department shall have the general supervision and administration of the school system and the state and such other activities as the legislature direct. It now put, and that is largely verbatim right out of Article 7, Section 2. It then adds new words. In all sections of law, references to the State Department of Education shall be construed as directive to the Commissioner of Education unless specifically directing the State Board of Education in a duty or responsibility. I can read that as the legislature attempting in one place to clarify what State Department of Education means, but I can also see some other people reading that as, oh, no, 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 this is limiting the state board, or this is empowering the commissioner, when that's not the meaning. It does go down that adds language in the sentence that currently says the commissioner shall act under the authority of the State Board of Education. It adds this language, shall act under the authority of the statutes directing the State Board of Education and in matters specified to be directing the and in matters specified to be directed by the State Board of Education as directed by the legislature. In no circumstance shall the State Board of Education assume authority over or direct the Commissioner of Education contrary to state law. Now, well, now we're into having to look at all of the state laws and understanding in this state law, is that a particular duty and directive the legislature has assigned just to the Commissioner of Education, for which the board is not in a role or responsibility. The one area that usually pops up is one goes back to the Nebraska Constitution, and if they read further into Article 7, you will see the people have said the Commissioner of Education is an ex officio member of the State College Board of Trustees. Does that give you the authority to tell the Commissioner of Education how he should act as the ex officio member of the State College of Board of Trustees, or not? And I'm going to tell you, as a lawyer, I can't sit here and tell you what that all means either. It may take the Nebraska Supreme Court to ultimately definitively define what the Constitution says. But there are other things as we go through the bill where it specifically directs this is what the commissioner does. This is what the commissioner can do. So that, I haven't gotten to all of them. I'm only on the first page of the bill. Those are examples.
Lisa, and then Jacqueline.
The parts of this bill that I had problems with, even though that I was okay with neutral, was the state board shall not assume authority over or direct the commissioner contrary to law. Annual report to the Education Committee of the legislature. Report on the conduct of the state board to the governor, the legislature, and attorney general. And the last one I had concerns about was the board shall appoint all employees of the State Department of Education on the recommendation of the Commissioner of Education. And I think those were my major concerns in this bill. However, through discussion further, we just decided to concentrate with the hearing coming up on the 3 constitutional amendments. So
I apologize to everyone, I do have to go, but I have a couple of questions. One, is this matter set for hearing?
This is also being heard the afternoon of March 7th before the Education Committee.
Okay. Deborah, I would say if this is a concern, I would suggest one course of action would be to amend the motion to accept things without this one, and then to potentially debate this issue separately and take a vote on it. I will tell you philosophically, I do agree with your position on this, that this is a bad bill. I think there are things in the law that need to be clarified. I think this is an opportunity for us to work with Senator Linehan over the next legislative session to get these things worked out. I don't think that this should be bills introduced without us, without talking to us and working that out. And so I believe that that is a potential path forward. One question I do have for Brian, have we ever as a board, I know when bills are introduced, the legislature can ask the Attorney General, and sometimes the Attorney General does it on their own, to weigh in on the constitutionality of a bill. I do wonder if this bill does not have constitutional concerns. And so my question would be, have we as a board or department ever initiated an inquiry to the AG about a bill that originates with us, asking about the constitutionality of it?
So in response to have we ever, I'm not going to be able to cover that topic because that would go back to 1955, I believe. There have been occasions where the board has directed the Commissioner of Education to request an Attorney General's opinion about a law and or I don't recall if proposed legislation was ever that topic. The Office of Attorney General has informed senators that they will provide an opinion to a senator who asks about the constitutionality of a bill that's been introduced in the legislature. So I don't know whether the Attorney General's office would accept and do an opinion on a bill that's pending by the state board, because you're now having the Attorney General offering opinion to one entity when the Attorney General has to represent all of state government. So I don't know their protocols for how they go about that. I would offer, you certainly in your testimony could suggest to the Education Committee, maybe they want to get the advice of the Attorney General on the meaning of their own statutes they've enacted or whatever that bill, which clearly would fall within what I understand the guidance of the Attorney General's office tells senators it will or will not do.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Lisa?
I like what Member Morrison on the executive committee suggested, was pulling this and educating the, whatever she said, I think it was the education committee, so that we can move forward with the rest of the bills that need to move forward for the hearing, especially the Constitution.
That would require a motion to amend the motion.
What's that? Yes, please. What did I get myself into? All right, so I move to amend the motion by inserting the words "with the exception of LB 90" after executive committee. And do I need to, yeah. And if adopted, the main motion would read, I move to adopt the legislative positions as recommended by the executive committee with the exception of LB 690. Thank you, Ryan.
Patty, would you just pause for a moment? It was correct, Brian?
Second.
Okay. There is a motion and a second to amend the main motion by inserting the phrase, move to adopt legislative positions as recommended by the executive committee with the exception of LB 690. If that's adopted, then the main motion would read, I move to adopt the legislative positions as recommended by the executive committee with the exception of LB 690. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the main motion? Deborah?
I have a question for Deputy Halstead. I mean, what was the intent of this, or what are they trying? I know that this is a senator who.
Yeah, the discussion can only be about the amendment.
Oh, sorry. Never mind.
So Deputy Commissioner Halstead, please remain seated there. All right. Any discussion related to the amendment to the motion? All right. If not, would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer? Yes. Neary?
Yes.
Morrison? Kojons?
Yes.
Penner?
No.
Goebbels?
No.
Jones?
Yes.
Fricke?
Yes.
5 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
The amendment to the motion has 5 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the amendment to the motion has passed. Now we will return to the main motion, and with that main motion, it would be to move to adopt the legislative positions as recommended by the Executive Committee with the exception of LB 690. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there discussion? Andrea, would you please call the roll?
Jones,
Would you read that motion again?
Yes. The motion is, I move to adopt the legislative positions as recommended by the Executive Committee with the exception of LB 690.
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes. No, excuse me, no, sorry. Just kind of in harmony there.
Googles,
Harmony would be good.
No.
Morrison. 5 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
Votes are 5 yeses, 2 noes, 1 absent. The main motion to adopt the legislative positions except for LB 690 is in the affirmative and has passed. So,
Are we having discussion? So,
no, you have to have a motion.
So I'm making this motion so we can have a discussion. I'm still making up my mind and want more information, like I've heard from others here, but I move to oppose LB 690.
I second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. The motion is to take an opposition position to LB 690. Is that my understanding of it? I don't mean to add to your motion, but, okay. Discussion.
So, can you tell me what the intent or what would be accomplished with this bill? I mean, I guess I'll let you answer it.
Excuse me. I'm trying to see if Senator Linehan has posted her intent statement for LB 690. And that's required to be filed before there's a hearing. I haven't looked to that. So that would be my first place for you to go look to see what she says in that document is the intent of LB 690. I have not, nor am I aware that any staff of the department have asked Senator Linehan what's the intent to LB 690. So
Do you want me to read the statement of intent? Or do you have it?
no, I don't have it in
Okay.
front of me, but since you asked the question, I think it's back to you.
The following constitutes the reasons for this bill and the purposes which are sought to be accomplished thereby. The intent of LB 690 is to provide more flexibility in the certification of qualified educators for schools. It allows the Oh my God. Oh, I thought we were talking
I have it, I can read it.
Oh, well, this was 690.
Yeah. So the following
looking
constitutes
at
the
last
reasons
year's.
for this bill and the purposes which are sought to be accomplished thereby. LB 690 changes how the State Department of Education's powers and duties operate. LB 690 specifies that whenever the State Board of Education is referenced in statutes, it shall be interpreted to be in reference to the Commissioner of Education. The State Board of Education cannot assume authority or direct the Commissioner of Education contrary to state law. The Commissioner of Education will also be required to give annual reports on the status of Nebraska schools to the Governor, Legislature, and Attorney General. Principal Introducer, Senator Lou Ann Linehan.
Lisa?
As I said before, there were several things that I thought were concerning to me in the bill, and I guess the one that's the most glaring to me is the board shall appoint all employees of the State Department of Education on the recommendation of the Commissioner of Education. NDE has 500 employees. That's a concern, going in that direction. And then also, we were given examples of inconsistencies in 3 areas of this. So I just wanted to share those things of concern for me on this bill.
Any additional discussion? Andrea, please call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Deputy Commissioner Halstead, so I did read the statement of intent, though it doesn't really expand any more than what I felt like the bill itself stated. So based on that, can you dig into it a little bit for us?
Help me understand by what you reference. Dig into it for you means that you want me to
Tell
do.
us what you think that how this is going to affect us, because I see specific duties outlined to the commissioner, but I'm not really sure of those effects on the board. Can you expand on that?
I'm not sure I can expand on it more than what I previously described, because number one, the language about not contrary to law is already a presumption given that if you're not authorized to do something, that also means you can't do something else. So in the sense of you have to, as you act as a board, everything you do has to be in accordance with law in the state of Nebraska, whether that's a state statute or whether that's a provision of the Nebraska Constitution. There is other specific things listed in that bill that prescribe what the Commissioner of Education shall do, which under the Constitution that's enacted, the legislature can prescribe particular duties they want the Commissioner of Education to do. That doesn't take away from the state board. It just tells that constitutional officer, you shall do these things. As to the value or the policy decision of directing specifics, that's for others to judge or whatever in that regard. There are some benefits maybe to the board and the department as a whole that the commissioner shall report to the legislature. If any of you followed the legislature the last several years, you've always known that the governor gets to make a state of the state address to the legislature. I would say in the last decade, the legislature has also invited the Chief Justice of the Nebraska Supreme Court to provide a report to the legislature on the state of the judiciary. Those are the only two constitutional officers I'm aware that make such a public report to the entire body. I don't know as to when they say direct the commissioner to provide a report to the legislature and the governor, how it is the legislature wants that report to be done. There certainly has been some it might be helpful for the full legislature to hear a report about how is the state school system doing or not doing that they don't get directly. But I'm now assuming a meaning of that sentence about a report as to how it would be carried out. So again, the words in the bill say what they say as to its implication to the numerous places throughout all the statutes where state board or board is mentioned or commissioner is mentioned. That one's a little broader to answer each one of them.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And I move to, may I make a motion to amend?
Sure.
I move to amend the motion to strike the words opposition and insert neutral work with sponsor, so that if amended, the main motion will read, I move to take a neutral work with sponsor position on LB 690.
Could you hand that motion to me, please?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and the motion is to amend the motion to strike the word opposition and insert neutral, work with sponsor, so that if amended, the main motion will read, I move to take a neutral work with sponsor position on LB 690. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Lisa?
I guess I was okay with the neutral, even though I pointed out a couple things that I have concerns about. One of the things that is good about this is the
Lisa, the discussion can only relate to the amendment to the motion.
I guess I'm saying neutral is good because they're good and negative about this, is what I'm trying to say. Is that kosher to that? Yeah. Okay.
That's where it stays, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying
Okay.
to say, but I was doing an end around, so sorry about that.
Any other discussion? Andrea, please call the roll.
Fricky,
Yes.
Neary,
No.
Penner,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Morrison, Jones,
Yes.
Kojons.
No.
5 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
The votes are 5 yes, 2 no, 1 absent. The motion is in the affirmative. Therefore, the amendment to the main motion has passed. Now we will move to the main motion, right? And the main motion is, I move to take a neutral position with work with a sponsor, neutral work with a sponsor position on LB 690. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there, I do that every time. Is there discussion? Lisa?
I'm addressing this motion to say that I think the part that says work with the sponsor is a good opportunity for educating them on what we need to work together on to move forward in a positive way in the long run for the good of the order.
Other discussion? Elizabeth?
Well, I'm just appreciative of the opportunity we had to discuss the bill just a little bit, get a little more clarification, because I was feeling confused, and that's why I voted to pull it out and discuss it. So thank you.
Andrea, please call the roll.
Googles,
Yes.
Neary,
No.
Penner,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Morrison, Fricky,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Kojons.
No.
5 yes, 2 no, 1 absent.
Votes, 5 yeses, 2 noes, 1 absent. The motion is passed. We're in the affirmative, and that was to move to take a neutral work with sponsor position on LB 690. Patsy?
I just want to justify, well, I don't.
All right, we are ready to move on to standing committee reports. Chair Patsy Kojons, will you please provide a report from the Budget and Finance Committee?
The Budget and Finance Committee reports that on its Thursday, March 2nd, 2023 meeting, members present were Patsy Kojons, Elizabeth Techtmeyer, Sherry Jones, and Deborah Neary. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for conducting such a good meeting with me. The committee reviewed the annual comprehensive financial report audit with NDE staff, reviewing the one finding for access to systems not being removed soon enough for terminated employees. NDE has already implemented a corrective action plan to correct the issue moving forward. The committee recommends approving this item. The committee then reviewed the amendment to contract with McPherson Jacobson LLC and recommended the item be brought to the full board as 2 separate action items. The committee is recommending the cost for the candidates' travel be one motion with the expenses for consultants' attendance at the special board meeting as the second motion. The third action item reviewed by the committee was authorizing the deputy commissioner to accept funds from the Nebraska Arts Council to participate in the Arts Education Data Project for 3 years. This project takes art offerings and student participation data already collected and displays it on a website for public review. The committee recommends approving this item. The next action item reviewed was the sub-award grant for the University of Nebraska Public Policy Center for $50,000 for 4 years to deliver training for psychological first aid for all Nebraska schools, including private schools. The training will be created and provided as both in-person and virtual. There is an estimated to be 1,000 participants in the training over the 4 years. The last action item reviewed was to authorize the deputy commissioner to contract with partners for the Afghan Refugee School Impact Grant. The grant is for $1.3 million and will go to districts with the majority of the Afghan refugees to provide specialized services and supports. Additionally, the committee reviewed the monthly board travel expense report and is recommending that the board policy 1.07 be updated to require the board travel expenses be reported every 6 months to the full board instead of monthly, with the Budget and Finance Committee reviewing at least quarterly. Last, NDE staff reviewed work being done that will result in contracts being brought to the board next month, including the procurement that is being undertaken for these contracts. There are 4 different contracts that will be coming to the board. The items were for a rate provider study for vocational rehabilitation, a contract for pre-K through 3rd grade leadership academy, grants to CSI schools for support with Title I funds, and for cybersecurity services. And as chair, I want to offer a thank you to our staff who listened to us, because those last four were heads up to our committee to take a look at what they're going to present to us next month, so that we will not be surprised by things that are we're being asked to look at. We discussed this at last month's meeting, that we needed more time to understand the meeting. So those last 4, the heads for those committees came to us and said, hey, we're going to bring this to you next month, and here's some things that you need to know or where you can go to look for it. This concludes the Budget and Finance Committee report, unless my fellow members have any other things to add to it. So Elizabeth and Deborah, if you want to add.
So I wanted on the record that Linda Foley said she was going to get us a list of potential vendors for that workforce training grant. I don't have the appropriate name in front of me, but yeah, she only presented one. So I also wanted to throw out there what we talked about in regard to the Finance Committee's review of monthly travel of the state board. May I add that to the committee report?
Well, I think we can discuss it, can't we?
Well, or at least report on it, even if we don't discuss it. Since it was reported in the, we spent a lot of time in the committee discussing it 2 months in a row now, I'd like to make sure that it's part of the report.
Sure.
Is that all right if I add it, or do you want to add it?
No, you go right ahead.
So, our committee, if I understand this correctly, help me, is recommending that, and we want to hear feedback from everyone before the next meeting, because we're, according to what Deputy Halstead tells us, we're either going to recommend a procedure change at our next board meeting, or we're going to make a recommendation to the Rules and Regulations Committee for them to make a policy change. But we feel it unnecessary to review board member travel reports every month. We feel that there is a review, there's breaks in place so nobody can take advantage of it. It's really busy work, and we'd like to instead bring it to the board every 6 months, with our committee looking at it every 3 months. It's a lot of unnecessary paperwork over things that are really just somebody's mileage traveling from, western Nebraska, or, to travel situations outside the state, which are all allowed anyway. And we've been monitoring these reports for 6 years, which I think has been good, but I feel like we have so much important work to be doing that for us to be spending time every month reviewing this and voting on it, or at least our committees seem to have that agreement, if I understood everybody correctly. So just wanted to report on that more to come on that next month. And if you have any strong feelings on that, please talk to our committee chair, our vice chair, or one of our committee members. Thanks.
I also want to add to that the finance people that were there said that there had never, ever been an issue as long as Bryce had been here, Deb had been here. So I don't think we're going to suddenly see me put 20 miles to get to my home here in Lincoln or anybody else. So I think that this would be a pretty good step. The other thing that I want to add is I don't want to just gloss over this. Our finance people, our staff do a superior job. One check, and I was on the committee at the beginning of my term as a member of this board, and there was never any more than 3 or 4 little checks, and they took care of them right away, and they're superior, and they just keep getting better and better. So I want you to recognize that in this report as well. Okay, anything else, committee? Okay, so that ends everything that we had to say.
Thank you, Chair Ko-Johns. And with that, our next agenda item is 6.2A and 6.2B, the monthly board travel expense report and the in-state travel authorization reports. Are there any questions related to those reports? All right. Item 6.2.C, is there a motion related to 6.2.C?
I move to accept the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report Audit, ACFR.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Fricky. Yes. Jones,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes?
Morrison, Penner,
Yes.
Ko-Johns.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
Votes are 7 yes, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to accept the ACFR audit is approved. Is there a motion on item 6.2.D?
I think I can make one.
Just let's wait.
Okay. All right. I move to amend the contract.
Just tell them that you.
No, this is D. Do we have we're doing B, right?
We're D.
Are you planning to make 2 motions, 2 separate motions on this item?
Yeah, the motions based on the committee recommendation was 2 separate motions.
And
So you
there's
might
one-
need some help with.
There's the second one.
So did we skip over 6.2B, state travel authorization?
That's what we just addressed a moment
Okay,
ago.
All right, I wanted to make sure. All right. I move.
One at a time.
Okay. I move to amend the contract with McPherson and Jacobson LLC to include fees and expenses for consultants' attendance at the interviews.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second, whoops.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
I can start with the discussion. the question was asked as to why we needed to have the consultants there, and was it an appropriate expenditure? And the justifications, I went to our Madam President to have a discussion about it. And Madam President, will you talk a little bit about why you feel, why you believe, not feel, that they should be there?
This is a committee recommendation, just to make sure that people understand that the recommendation is not coming from me, it's coming from us as the ad hoc search committee. There are a number of reasons that we were recommending the attendance of at least a consultant during our interview process. One of them, and one of the most important perhaps that we talked about, is protection for us as a board. We cannot expect our legal counsel to be a resource for us when we are interviewing individuals who will be that person's boss. So that was one of the main things that we talked about, is we believe as a search committee that we would feel more comfortable having an additional resource in the room who would be able to answer questions. That consultant will not be a participant in the interview process. The consultant is there, or would be there, as a resource for us as board members as we work through the interview process. Because as you know, there are always, there's potential for some legal ramifications based on how questions are asked, all kinds of things. So it was just in our discussion saying this would be important to us. We again, as a committee, Patsy conversed with Jacqueline last evening just to say, Jacqueline, are we all still thinking the same way with this? Jacqueline certainly supports it. One of the questions that arose was, does this go beyond the initial contract amount? All of the contracts that were proposed to us through the RFP process had a general not to exceed number, but it was not a defined finite number, right? Because there are lots of variables about how boards end up utilizing the consultants. This was deemed to be something that was beyond the original contract because the consultant had not intended to be in the room during the interview processes. So it would be, in that respect, a little bit of an addition. As a committee, we believe that's money very well spent to help protect us as a board, to be there as a resource if during the interviews we're at a point where we need some external advice, I guess is how I would describe that. So that is why we were requesting the presence of a consultant for those 2 days that we're interviewing commissioner candidates. Patsy, you might add additional things that we consider too.
I want to be transparent with a consultant. It's 2 consultants, and one of them travels mileage, is far away, and one of them is here in Lincoln. And then also that other is a consultant fee, the $1,500. So, I mean, there you have the information that you need to further discuss this or to call the question.
Yeah, thank you for that, Patsy, because when we talked about it in committee, we talked about a consultant, right? When the consultants proposed this as an amendment to contract, they included 2 consultants because I'm sure they believed that would really provide us with what we were asking for. But initially in our discussion, we were thinking a consultant, right? So we really hadn't defined, we need to have 2 people there, or we need to have 1 person there. So, yeah, thank you, because as it turned out, there are 2 consultants, the presence of 2 consultants listed. And they, they did not identify which consultants, because of course they have to, if they are one or both, would be approved to be present, they need to check their schedules to see what their availability would be. And I think they at least tentatively have put that on their calendars, but recognizing that it would need board approval to happen.
Question. So, all right, remind me, it's 3,000 a day or 3,000 for the 2 days for 2 people?
3,000 for, in total.
For 2, okay. So, yeah, so one of the discussions that we had, I guess some of this is, we're going to have the discussion about the search process later, and yet we're approving the funding now, but we are going to have external audiences involved in the interview process. Is that taking place during those 2 days, and are these consultants part of that process?
Absolutely, they would be also supporting those the external interview group as well as the staff interview group.
Okay, that helps me understand that. And the other thing that I think I heard our committee asking about is, what if we just feel like we want that consultant to be the lead consultant from Lincoln rather than paying for 2 consultants and bringing somebody in? Can one consultant do that's here in Lincoln, knows Nebraska, do the same thing that the 2 people were scheduled to do?
I think part of the issue is, as you just mentioned, there will be, and again, we have not set up an interview schedule, right? We're not that far in the process. But we recognize that we hope we will be interviewing multiple candidates. And in that process over 2 days, if you think about how do you get, let's use an imaginary, 4 candidates. We will be interviewing those candidates probably, and again, this is not set in stone, so I'm using hypothetical, let's just say 2-hour interviews, right, with each candidate. At the same time, there will be a rotation, so one candidate will move from state board member interview to perhaps external partners interview to staff interview. And for one consultant to try and manage all of that becomes somewhat difficult if we are expecting support through the whole interview process.
May I add in comment?
Yeah, sure, Sherry.
Okay. I guess some of my thoughts on this was, if this is just standard operating procedure for typical searches, for both the expenses to the finalists and the consultant services, which is over $10,000, I'm just concerned that wasn't in the initial proposal, because this is a lot of money. I'm thinking of my constituency, and going from 42 over, now it's over $50,000. And if it is standard operating procedure, then I'm just concerned that these 2 things weren't included in the primary proposal. And I also will add one thing. I think we have some very competent people on our school board. We have an attorney, we have a business owner, we have people with doctorate degrees, and we have some of us old common folk. And I just think, personally, I think we are competent. And I'm just wondering how many other search firms use or searching school boards use the consultants at the interviews. I'd be curious to know. We don't have that number, I'm sure, but is it standard operating procedure is kind of my wonderment. Thank you.
We asked that question of the person in the room who had been there the longest, Brian Halstead, and he said that he knew that it had been used in previous searches while he was here. And so, Brian, are you still around? No. Okay, all right, so we asked that question right away. Are we asking something that has not been done before? And he said no, that it had been done before. Yeah, you're asking board members to do two jobs, to look out for the legal aspects of the interview process. And I think that's what we need them for, is the legality of it. And I think they're just being board members in the interview doing that. And we don't know what will happen in the other areas. That's sort of my thinking anyway. You're right, it is a lot of money, but as I understand it, that is general practice as well.
Before we have any additional questions, because Ryan Four is handling logistics for us, I think there's a need for a little bit of an explanation of why the candidate expenses show up as they do. Does that make sense? Because they're not paying, right? They would not pay candidates. That's not part of what consultants do, okay? But Ryan, if you could provide a little explanation about that?
I would defer that to when that motion's on the floor.
Okay.
This motion is-
Sorry, I'm sorry, you are correct. That motion is not on the floor. Yeah.
So I have a question, because the phraseology or terminology has come up twice now, that our legal counsel cannot provide legal counsel to us as a board during the interview process. Both Patty and Patsy mentioned it, and so I have a feeling this is a conversation you had as the ad hoc search committee. My question is, in having consultants present at the interviews, are these consultants attorneys and functioning as legal counsel? Because I know that Dr. Joel is not an attorney.
I don't believe that any of our consultants have law degrees. What they have is the experience in working in school districts and understanding school law and understanding interview process. I mean, this is what they do. So no, they don't have a legal degree, but I feel that they are competent to be able to provide us with some assistance in terms of if we are approaching a point where we're maybe starting to ask something that might not be appropriate, I guess is the word I would use.
So are we over and above what they had said they would spend? It was up to X amount of dollars. So we're at that point.
I don't have the answer to that because we are, I
Yay
mean,
or
I
nay?
think the original contract said something like 49 or 48,000.
So what is this?
That's the original contract as provided to me by Ryan Four.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did they overspend on that first 47,000 or whatever we paid them?
I wouldn't say that they have overspent, right? We have made requests of them. They have been very responsive to meeting with us on a very regular basis. Anytime I have had a question, they have been available for phone conversations with me. They put together, as you know, the stakeholder survey. 2,600 responses that they needed to go through and analyze the data. Multiple things that they have provided for us, you know, in addition to helping us identify the qualities that we believe are most important in a commissioner of education. So I wouldn't say that it's on them overspending. If anything, Kirk, it was us using them as a resource as much as we could to be helpful.
Which is their job. They're a small business, and so they had a quote out for X amount of dollars. Now they're asking for more. And they've been doing this a long, long time. And they're gonna come back and ask us for $3,300. after they're so experienced in doing this, they didn't have that in the contract, is my point. So my guess is they overspent. If I do a bid as a small business owner and I overspend on my material, I don't get to go back to the customer and say, I need another $3,300. I'd be kicked out of their office. So.
But do you ever have extras? I mean, I'm familiar with businesses that something additional comes up and then they pay an extra.
No, not in my business, no. That's a little different.
May I speak to this?
Please.
Ryan for Nebraska Department of Education. I'm managing the contract along with Brian Halstead. To answer the question, has the firm overspent? The agency has only paid the initial invoice per the terms of the contract. So there was an initial payment that's set out in the contract. The contract does not include the scope of services to have the consultants at the interviews. Does this amendment mean that the board could pay more than what the original contract price was? Yes, but if the contractor came in under on other parts, then maybe not as well. So in a sense, what this amendment is doing is amending the contract by inserting this additional scope of service up to this amount. That could exceed the total amount of the contract, and it may not.
So this is something maybe the ad hoc committee thought was a good idea, which I appreciate, and they said, hey, that's not in the contract, you're gonna have to add it to the contract. Okay.
Yes, it was a request that we made. It was not part of the services that was included in their RFP.
Will they be here regardless?
No, probably not.
Okay.
Patsy?
Yeah, this question is for Ryan. Ryan, why am I thinking that they use the word estimate in the contract? Did they use the word estimate? Probably not. I probably dreamed it.
The wording allows that, the wording, as I remember,
Yeah,
allows
yeah.
It's superfluous.
So Patsy, your question again is what?
Well, for some reason, I believed, as I read the contract several times, that that they used the word estimate, or that somehow that was alluded to, that this was fluid. I mean, I don't know that that's true.
The contract that the board entered into with the vendor was not to exceed the dollar amount for the scope of services that are enumerated in the contract.
Okay.
Brian's pointing out on this issue specifically on page 37, note there is an additional fee and expenses for the consultants to attend the interview sessions.
Okay, all right. Any other questions about that? No? Okay, thank you very much.
So I'm kind of going back to, it is standard operating procedure then to have them set in? I mean, I'm just kind of curious about that because that wasn't in the initial, so there's just isn't.
I can't really answer that because other than I know that in speaking with the consultants, they said that when they are consulting, boards will take lots of different approaches to things. Right? And I realize that's a very ambiguous answer, but that's the only one I have.
No, I just feel like that helps me, but I just think if this is a critical component, that it would be in what they would recommend in a proposal. That would be like just the standard operating, you need to have us there, but it may not be. That's just.
Patty, Madam Chair, I think the critical component is if something happens that could be legally, we could be challenged legally, it would sound great, like nothing, as an afterthought, is what I think we kind of were thinking, yeah.
I feel like if we have concerns about legal counsel, then we need to engage someone who practices law.
Is there any additional discussion? All right, the motion is, I move to amend the contract with McPherson and Jacobson LLC to include fees and expenses for consultants' attendance at the interviews. Andrea, please call the roll.
Morrison? Fricky? Yes. Jones?
Will you read that again?
Yes, the motion, I move to amend the contract with McPherson and Jacobson LLC to include fees and expenses for consultants' attendance at the interviews.
No.
Goebbels?
Yes?
Kojons?
Yes.
Neary?
Yes.
Tegmeyer?
No.
Penner?
No.
4 yes, 3 no, 1 absent.
Point of clarification?
Okay, point of clarification.
I didn't know if you got my vote or not.
Yeah, I don't know that you did.
Yes, okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay. So the vote, 4 yeses, 3 noes, 1 absent. The motion is in the affirmative. With that, the contract will be amended with McPherson of Jacobson to include fees and expenses for consultant attendance at the interviews. Now, a second motion.
I move to amend the contract with McPherson and Jacobson LLC to include finalists' interview expenses.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion? I guess I would start, Ryan, with going back to my request for you to provide some explanation about why the expenses show up as they do.
So, thank you. Please join me, council, even though you're the boards. So, on page 37 of the contract, it also states interview expenses for the candidates are not included in the expenses listed above. So could the NDE, could we as an agency, once you've identified finalists, could we pay the expenses directly to them? The answer is yes. We would have to enter into some type of contractual agreement with them per our internal policies. We believe that puts us in an awkward spot as the agency entering into a contract with a finalist to come and interview. And so in that discussion with the search committee, then the firm was willing to take on that role. And so in that, if you pass this amendment, then any travel arrangements, any expenses for finalists would be handled through the search firm, and then the agency would reimburse the search firm for actual expenses and for only those that are authorized in the amendment and that follow the Department of Administrative Services manual for appropriate expenses for interviewing candidates.
Thank you for that explanation. Additional discussion? All right. The motion is to amend the contract with McPherson and Jacobson LLC to include the finalist interview expenses. Andrea, recording secretary, please call the roll.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison, Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky. Yes. Googles,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Tegmeyer.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
Votes are 7 yeses, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to amend the contract to include finalist interview expenses is adopted. Is there a motion on 6.2E?
Yes, Madam President. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to accept funds from the Nebraska Arts Council to participate in the Arts Education Data Project.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion. It's been moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to accept funds from the Nebraska Arts Council. Is there any discussion? Andrea, please call the roll.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Neary,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojons,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Googles,
Yes?
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky. Yes. 7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeses, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to accept funds is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.f?
Yes, Madam President. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to accept a sub-award grant from the University of Nebraska Public Policy Center.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to accept a subaward grant from the University of Nebraska Public Policy Center. Is there any discussion?
I would just say we're at least ending these motions with people giving us money. So I should see smiles all around, right? Okay. Any discussion, questions? No? Okay.
Recording Secretary, please call the roll.
Googles,
Yes?
Neary,
Yes.
Kojons,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison. 7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to accept the subaward grant is adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.2.g?
Yes, Madam President. I move to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with multiple partners to develop and implement support services for the Afghan Refugee School Impact Grant.
Is there a second?
I second.
It is moved and seconded to authorize the Deputy Commissioner to contract with multiple partners to develop and implement support services for the Afghan Refugee School Impact Grant. Is there any discussion? Will the recording secretary please call the roll?
Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky. Yes. Neary,
Yes.
Googles,
Yes?
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Kojons.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 absent.
The votes are 7 yes, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the motion to contract with multiple partners is adopted. It is about 12:15. We will have the... Right. And that's why we're going to move to have Chair Neary provide her report before we do any kind of lunch break. We do have public comments starting at 1 p.m., so our lunch break may be a little condensed, unless we would, I don't know what there is in terms of public comment cards, but please, Chair Neary, the committee report.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just want to give a shout out to our committee members, Lisa Fricke, Sherry Jones, and Patty Goebbels, and myself. We spent 3.5 hours yesterday participating and listening to the TAC committee. And just for the public, TAC is the Technical Advisory Committee appointed by the governor of Nebraska, and they're kind of the oversight committee for our evaluation and assessments here at our at the NDE, and it's very beneficial to listen to their perspectives. There's consultants from all across the country, and then we also have a superintendent and a teacher on the committee, and to hear from their perspective and their questions. We'll be having more listening sessions with them, and one of their TAC committee members is going to join us at our next committee meeting on March 15th. Because that was scheduled at the same time as our committee meeting, we're doing our regular committee work on March 15th and over Zoom. Anything I wanted to say? Oh, we appreciate that Dr. Friesen and our board president took our committee's recommendations to have a work session about assessment, and felt like it was very valuable yesterday. What I've learned is that there's still a lot of questions out there, and so our committee will continue to try to do the research and get the answers. And so I do encourage all board members that are not on that committee to bring your questions or things that you want more information about to any of our committee members, so that we can make sure and get that information back to you and part of our agenda discussion for our committee. So next is, out of my report, is the Community Achievement Plan from the learning community, and I'm really excited to have the Executive Director from the learning community, Dr. Brad Ekwerekwu, here to tell us a little bit about this plan that is updated every 3 years. And it is already in Spark, so everyone can look at it, and we will be asked to approve this plan at next month's board meeting. So welcome, and we're glad to have you here. And he'll be joined by Dr. Vargas, who works closely with our learning community. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Shirley Vargas, School Transformation Officer, NDE. And with me, I have...
Hello, everybody. Dr. Brad Ekwerekwu, CEO of the Learning Community, Douglas-Sarpy County. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. So really quickly, what we want to just do is provide some context related to the statutory requirements, provide just some update related to what we've brought to you thus far, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Ekwerekwu, who can speak a little bit more in detail around the CAP and also the role and responsibility of the Learning Community Coordinating Council. So the Community Achievement Plan is a plan that is part of the learning community of Douglas and Sarpy County. There is only one learning community in the entire state, so we get to learn from a lot from this learning community. By statute, by December 1st, the learning community should present a success of all the plan and evaluation and propose any revisions. Because then what happens is by the April board meeting, right, as per statute, by the April board meeting, the board must approve the Community Achievement Plan because of the implications to the Community Achievement Plan aid that goes to the local school districts that participate in the learning community. So during the October 2020 board meeting, we presented what is called the CAP progress updates, essentially that had highlights of the programs that are embedded into the Community Achievement Plan, current evaluation processes, and then proposed revisions at that time. The document you have before you is the revised Community Achievement Plan that has now been brought before the Coordinating Council of the learning community and will go again through another approval process this coming month. And then we will bring it to you after it's been approved by their Coordinating Council for your approval at the April board meeting. So I'll turn it over to Brad and see if there's anything else he'd like to add related to that.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Vargas. And again, it's nice to, I think, meet everybody. I don't know that I've been before this board before, but please come check us out. I'd be happy to provide some more context just about the learning community, the council, the CAP, anything that you're interested in. So it's an open invitation all the time. Thank you, Dr. Vargas, for that context and the outline essentially of what the council has been doing to review this process. So as you all know, there are a number of different components that go into this CAP. The learning community itself had a great time reviewing all of the data as we usually do every year, working with the local evaluation partner to get all of our pieces in, and then working with the other entities to essentially ensure collaboration. So from the superintendent's group, kind of headed and worked together with and by through MOEC, Buffett Early Childhood, as well as Goals, the NC, formerly known as Goals, to address the attendance piece. We put together the plan that you have in front of you. So a lot of this is a report to the previous 3 years. You know, this is how we set out based upon the goals that we set way back when. Can anybody remember way back when? And then what we're looking at right now moving forward based upon what we've learned. So as Dr. Vargas said, our council has gone through, I mean, we've had a number of meetings individually at our subcommittee level, at the individual sub-council level, at the council, the full council level, continue to go through any and every detail that is pertinent to any member. And as she mentioned, we will have that on our agenda at the March 16th council meeting as well. I'm in a bit of a peculiar position as we are not, you know, unique in any way. We have new members that were newly elected, 3, and then we also had 3 members newly appointed to essentially have, I'll call them 6 new faces on a 12-person council. So we've done a number of, I'm calling awareness and education sessions, just to bring everybody up to speed as to what the council actually looks like. This is no different. The CAP piece is a lot to get your mind around and to imagine. And you can imagine some of those members want nothing to do with it, and some of the members want to dive all the way into it. So we've done our best job to illuminate, to educate, and to provide as much information so that they can make the educated and informed decision. I guess that will be a shade of what was taken this long. But you know, transition brings opportunity, and at the same time, I think that it brings a highlight to say this is worth our focus, and we are going to set this plan in motion and hold ourselves accountable with the measurement tactics in place.
Excellent. I'll turn it back over to Chair Neary.
Can we open it up for questions? Okay. Does anyone have any questions about the plan or about what the learning community is?
Yes, if you could explain what the learning community is, summarize it somehow so that I kind of have a grasp of what you're doing, that would be great.
I like when we both
You want to go
look at
first?
each other. Well, I can kick us off.
Sure.
The learning community is in fact a political subdivision, right? So there are governed by a coordinating council, which is elected by the electorate of the people of the county. So this just happens to be, like I mentioned, only one learning community in which the participating districts have come together in order to partner with each other for the betterment of the kids of the participating communities. And as a result, And per state statute, it also results in this community achievement plan. So the learning community itself is also an entity that offers specific programming for early childhood education, parent engagement, and other workforce development pieces through 2 specific programs that I will let Dr. Ekwerikru talk about here in a moment.
Yes, absolutely. And I may even phone a friend. I know Dr. Hawk is in the back. He was one of the first architects of the learning community and some of the legislation that came forth. Particularly to those programs, we have 2 centers that are based in Omaha at this time. We could just call it North Center and South Center. And to Dr. Vargas's rationale and point, we have a number of different programs following the 2-generation education model that is widely studied by Aspen Institute and others, to formally support and edify families in those learning community neighborhoods. So north, south, southeast, northeast Omaha are the majority of the districts, to include 11 districts in the Omaha area. So it's essentially providing, again, opportunity, education, awareness, particularly aimed at assisting families to, in their efforts to navigate the early childhood space, and then being ready, willing, and able to hit the public school building and accurately and effectively communicate with those administrators, essentially to get to a 3rd grade test score. We want to improve the 3rd grade comprehension scores in earnest.
Sure.
Brad, it's been implemented for over 3 years, is that right? A little over 3 years?
Say it again, please.
It's been being implemented for a little over 3 years,
You're
is that
referring
right?
to this CAP plan?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, and wondering, what results are you seeing, and how do you, what's the word I need to, how do you confirm the results? How are you getting your results? But what are you finding? What are you seeing as a result of this?
Sure, I'll answer the second question. We work with the Monroe Meyer Institute, based out of UNO, to do all of our program evaluation. And depending on which factors you're asking about, I mean, I have a thick, I have a thin, I have a 1-page eval report that you can digest at your leisure. Overall, we are seeing parent engagement works. We are seeing that students with parents running through our program are performing in their buildings at a higher rate. I can get it all the way down to program level to see this program is A+, this program is B, this program is C+, and we have a continuous improvement model based upon not only learning community organizational goals, but then the council's goals too, because they have oversight in communication with districts. We offer a number of district initiatives where the learning community is able to provide resource to individual district to do things like instructional coaching or extended learning programs. All of those will result in data in eval that says, again, some are A+, some are B, some are C+, and then we have extensive strategic plans after that. So if you have a specific question about a program, I can hook you up with that. If not, I can mail every one of you. I should have brought some. I can give you an eval if you want to dig deeper into each or any.
Results,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's what
If
we
I
want to
could just quick-
Yeah.
If I could just quickly add, and I think it was then Deb, Patsy, and then Lisa's, the order. I unfortunately missed adding the 2019-2022 evaluation, so I can definitely add that post this meeting, and you can see that and can read that at your leisure. It's about 70 or so pages for the 4 programs of the CAP, and then each subsequent program has even deeper, more in-depth reports. If you want some late night reading, we can definitely provide that for you all, like Dr. Gerber has already mentioned. But Deb, I'll turn it back to you. You said you had a question. Okay.
I just was interested in how many students you have in the 4 programs.
Sure. We measure participants by family units. And so traditionally, our South Center will be at a roster of about 300 families. And really in my mind, it's kind of pre-COVID and post-COVID. Post-COVID has been obviously challenging, to say the very least. Pre-COVID, we had South Center was 300 with about 100 family wait list. North Center was at about 250 families with about a 50 or 75 family wait list. Post, we've taken our lumps, but South Center is almost back to their 300 mark. And North Center, we have some work to do, and they're back to maybe about a 125 mark. But we're very, very excited about a new recruitment effort to essentially branch out into more schools, more public schools up that way.
Do you want to go beyond what the capacity has been now? You see, like in the future, you see
Yeah.
more?
And I'm smiling because there's two answers. Though Brad will answer, yes, we compete. I mean, that's in my blood. We're gonna go and try to get as much for as much in the best way. Dr. Brad may get checked a little bit by the organization to say, well, we don't want to overextend ourselves in any kind of way that puts more stress on the staff that we have and caseload numbers and things like that. We want to work smarter, or maybe the smartest. So the answer is yes on some days, no on other days. I think obviously the idea is to expand, and we're looking into different venues as far as gaining new territory and new neighborhoods in connection with more school districts in the Omaha area.
So help me understand, are you under the auspices of public education? Do you have to follow the standards and that sort of thing? I want to understand how this all fits in.
So the learning community is an entity that is elected, right? So they're governed by a coordinating council that's elected by the people of the counties in which it exists. So they provide resources and opportunities to the participating districts as well as community members. So I wouldn't say that it's necessarily governed by Rule 10, because it's not necessarily a sole standing public school district. It's an entity that provides resources to the participating districts and members of that community.
Then how are they funded?
It's a great question.
Yeah. Right now, there are two major funding sources. One comes from a line item in the governor's budget, and then the other one is essentially a levy on property taxes. So we get a small percentage of a big complicated formula that makes into a pot of money that then comes to us to be fiscally responsible for, and that essentially funnels out to districts.
Okay.
And I can go into a lot more. We don't have time to do it. And you're hungry right now, so I'm not gonna bore you with that.
Well, I don't know, I'm not that hungry. I'd be interested in, and I have lots of other questions, but I'll let other people go ahead.
Just briefly, thank you for being here. Oh,
Sure.
thank you. Thank you for being here. A quick question. I know the engagement of families and students and community is great. And I just wondered, with what I thought I heard you say, 6 new members and an original orientation, sounds like has happened in your monthly or however long you meet, garners knowledge. But as moving forward, will you have like work sessions or continued kind of learning for because you have 12 members and I have 6 new, how are you going to get them into the fold to understand the value of your work and what you need from them to make it all work?
That's a great question. There are a number of different avenues that we do that. Number one, I offer my time one-on-one like I did to each one of you. Number two, we have an executive director over the early learning centers who was also offered her time one-on-one. The next are what we call sub-councils. So we have 12 members, and there are 2 from essentially 6 different sub-councils. So we have sub-council meetings that we hold on a very regular basis. Then we have subcommittee meetings. So we have an elementary learning and diversity subcommittee, legislative subcommittee, budget, finance, and audit subcommittee. Within these that meet every month, we're also able to keep them up to speed. And then on top of that, we have a monthly council meeting. So they have a number of areas a number of avenues to present questions or concerns directly to us in a public setting, in a private setting. On top of that, we did have an initial orientation, and then I'm calling it like a lab. You go to your lecture, we did all that, and then the lab class afterward, we're gonna have a few lab sessions afterward. One is, I believe it's in late April, and then we're gonna do one late summer as well for those, I'm calling them freshmen, they're not freshmen, but for the newer members. Yes, ma'am.
Any other, okay, I have one then. So, yeah, the community, the learning community, I mean, and some consider of it like a collective impact backbone agency, and in that kind of a model, even though you're reporting up to an elected board, there's accountabilities to a lot of different stakeholders in the work you do. And somebody talked about the measurements, and the measurements tie right into our goals about, improving proficiency rates and, et cetera. But how do you see your accountabilities to the superintendents in the districts around you?
Again, wish I could phone a friend or two. He could tell you, Dr. Hawk and others could tell you better than I could. I participate in the monthly MOEC, Metro Omaha Education Consortium meetings, which include all of the area, particularly learning community superintendents. I'm available one-on-one at those meetings, in between times, at basketball games and football games. I'm there for that. The next would be, we regularly invite school districts to our council meetings to present on any part of items in this plan, including the district initiatives that they are employing within their school buildings. So it's a consistent conversation that essentially, to your point, shows up in an evaluation report. And usually we have a data dump session where we say, what does this mean? What do we want to do as far as A+ or B or C+ programs or offerings? And then how can we move that forward strategically? Yes, ma'am.
I guess more specifically, would you say there are fingerprints on this plan, and that that there's reporting to them about the results on and what would the regularity of that reporting be to them?
Sorry for misunderstanding your question. Yes, MOEC is, well, the SOUPs, if not all, 50, 75% of the plan, authored and stamped 2 or 3 times in the last 6 months. And that accountability is to themselves and to others, as well as learning community. So I am able to be a part of those and essentially say, hey, I have a council to report back to as well. So all of those measures, the eval and the accountability, is built in.
They also, in some cases, determined which indicators or what the metrics they were that they wanted to hold themselves accountable to, and you could see that throughout the plan.
Yes, ma'am. Just say one more time, thank you. I know what it feels like to bump up against lunch. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for your time and to be here today. And that concludes our report.
Thank you both. With that, we will break for lunch. We will have public comment start at 1:15. So please make sure that you are back and ready by that time. State Board, we will now come out of recess and we will move to agenda item 9.1, public comment. We will have our public comment period. This period may be available to any person who wishes to address the State Board on any subject within the authority, including items appearing on the agenda, except for contested cases. Up to 2 hours will be allowed for public comment period. A majority of members present and voting may also take action to allow to terminate public comment at any time during a meeting. Please note the public comment should be on topics related to the work of the State Board's constitutional and statutory authority. Those wishing to speak must be signed in at the table outside of the meeting room. Persons speaking to the board during public comment should state their name at the beginning of their allotted time. Anyone refusing to be identified will be prohibited from speaking. Each person may address the board for up to 5 minutes. A majority of members present and voting may take action to reduce or extend the amount of individual time allotted to all speakers. If at any times persons appearing before the board exceed the time limitations set forth in this policy or on the agenda or become abusive or threatening in language or behavior, it shall be the responsibility of the president to determine what is out of order. The president may refuse permission to continue to address the board. We have 1 public comment card submitted. Our vice president will announce the name of the first and only speaker who will come forth. Vice President?
You bet. Heather Schmidt.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Schmidt. Our elected senators in the unicameral and you, our elected school board members, have been discussing solutions to the teacher shortage, including teacher retention with more money. Do that. Grow your own programs have been discussed. How is that supposed to work if the student-teacher relationship is constantly disrupted? I would like to give you the perspective from students in our schools today, our children, because it doesn't seem like anyone is listening to them. For the last 3 years, their daily school lives have been disrupted, first a pandemic, and now the outflow of their beloved teachers, counselors, and administrators that they have come to rely on. It's really important for every child to have a positive relationship with an adult. For many, this is an adult in their school building. It can take a year or more to build the trust that must happen for these relationships to develop into positive outcomes for the entire school community. So many of the systems and best practices designed for our children and paid for by our school tax dollars rely on these relationships. Students are encouraged to see something, say something when they are made aware of a threat. Students are encouraged to reach out to a staff member when they are struggling with mental health. Students are encouraged to develop a working relationship with a teacher to improve learning that they are behind in. So they do, at first. Each year they go back to school excited to reconnect with that special teacher or administrator. What happens when that person isn't there? They try again? Okay, say that they do. Once again, they make the connection and put their trust and heart on the line. Will that person be there for them next year? What if they aren't? District offices often move effective building staff and administrators around. Sometimes they even take that very valuable person to the district office to help them with their work. There is more pay available at the district office level. That has to end. Pay building staff more. It is destabilizing too many schools. Please do what you can to incentivize these very valuable individuals to stay in the buildings. Please provide protections for effective teams to stay together. Pay them for staying. Pay them to stay with the vulnerable children who need them. We rely on them. Our children and families don't make connections with district office staff. As reported nationally, our daughters' mental health is in a state of emergency. How many of them have lost their trusted school adult? Pay attention. Do whatever you have to do to keep their daily lives as stable as possible. Give every extra dollar to pay for valuable, hard-to-fill positions. Spend your time lobbying for every extra dollar to incentivize valuable, specialized building staff to stay in the building. We don't care if it's fair for the adults. We just don't. We care about our kids being okay, and they're not okay. This entire system is set up and funded for them. eliminate bureaucratic bloat, and redistribute those resources to the buildings. Something is broken. Lauren Wagner from the Omaha World Herald just published a devastating article about the public education nightmare that is failing our children in special education. Do something. You are supposed to be the ultimate authority. If you can't because policy has you too hamstrung, then what's the point of an elected school board? I want to thank you for supporting LB 298. It has been moved to select file. This is proof that your influence does matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Yep.
That concludes our public comment period. So we will move back to agenda item 6.4, Rules and Regulations Committee, and then proceed through the remaining part of our board agenda for today. Chair Elizabeth Tetmeyer, please provide a report from the Rules and Regulations Committee.
Yes, the Rules and Regulations Committee reports on the March 2nd, 2023 meeting. Members present were Chair Elizabeth Tegmeyer, Vice Chair Jacqueline Morrison, Patsy Kojons, and Kirk Pinner. The committee discussed the proposed revisions of Rule 10 and 14. The committee had no concerns with the revisions and recommends approval. The committee discussed the repeal of Rule 23. The committee had no concerns and recommends the repeal of Rule 23. NDE staff provided an overview of the proposed Rule 21 changes. The committee discussed the revisions and requested additional information from NDE staff to present at next month's meetings. The committee also discussed the board's involvement and committee's involvement and responsibilities in the rulemaking process. The committee was not able to receive information on Rule 20 and 24 due to time restraints, and we recommend that these will appear actually at a later agenda item as a discussion item. This concludes the Rules and Regulations Committee report.
Are there any questions about the committee report?
Did you want to go further on what we're going to be working on?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the committee report is just a skeletal overview for our report, but we had a very lengthy and fruitful discussion about the effects of state statutes on our rules and how we are actually, Rule 21 and the changes that we are making were state statutes that were enacted in 2021. And so we feel like we're always in the rears of trying to make changes. And committee member Morrison was there, and she suggested some ideas about how perhaps we can make more general references to the statutes, and we don't always then have to change the specific language of each rule. As the statutes, we can just reference and update, and it's a much faster than change, and that the rules themselves would have more of, they would be more specific to the details that we as a state board feel like flesh out the statutes if needed and as needed. So we as a board are going to be attempting that process with our big one. Rule 21, for those who aren't remembering, because there's a lot of rules and a lot of numbers. Rule 21 deals with teacher certification. And so two of the big ones that we talked about were the transitional one and alternative and conditional teaching certificates. And so those were top of the list, as well as the sub permits. So we are going to be taking steps to streamline the process and hopefully make things smoother for people who are applying for the certificates. We're going to examine also what are the requirements for the different things and decide. One discussion was why 15 credit hours of classes. The alternative one was that the candidate had to have made adequate progress in working toward their degree, they're in getting those teacher education courses. And we said, well, what's adequate progress? And, you know, what's the difference between 15 credit hours and 12 credit hours? And were these numbers, how were these numbers reached? And so we're really gonna dig down into the nuts and bolts in an effort to say, we want to do everything we can to help relieve and eventually eliminate our teacher shortage that we have in Nebraska. So we want to retain and recruit those quality individuals, but we also want to streamline the process. Right now, I know we have so many different kinds of certificates that it's a little overwhelming and confusing unless you are in the certification office and you work with each one of these every day. So that's our goal, is to look at this as an opportunity to examine our rulemaking process and what goes into the rules so that we're not 2 years behind on adjusting our rules to meet state statute. We also want to then use this opportunity to make substantial gains in addressing the teacher shortage, which is one of our short-term goals. So if you have questions or other committee members, I guess Kirk and Patsy.
Yeah, it's excellent. So it was a great meeting. Patsy and Jacqueline and Elizabeth, we didn't get to the other rules that we were supposed to get to, but Rule 21 is where it starts. I think that's what we need to talk about. And some low-hanging fruit that we could go after pretty quick are the sub-certificates, which some of those requirements are, to me, as a layman, just bizarre. We need to shorten the time span it takes to get a sub-license. We need to condense those. It should be a phone call to NDE, background check, 4-year degree, boom, here we go. Ultimately, the building principal will say, yeah, we're not gonna ever hire that person again. So we need to bring that back to local control. So if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Obviously, they need to be good people, right, with the background check. But those are some low-hanging fruit that we can get right away. And then we need to dig into, why is it 15 hours and not 12 hours? Why is it 15 and not 9 hours? Why does it take so long to do these things? Are we requiring things that maybe we were requiring 20 years ago that we don't need to be requiring anymore? So Elizabeth and I and Patsy and Jacqueline are all all in a good mode right now of what we want to do. We want to streamline the process. We're not dumbing down anything, but a good one to handle right away and get a win early would be sub-licenses. And yes. Yes.
If I could, this is part of our discussion. We have moved beyond the committee report. So before we have any more discussion about it, I'd like to just kind of put that on hold. Because we have a discussion item related to Rules 21. Okay, thank you.
We're just too excited.
I know, you're excited, and I appreciate that. All right, is there a motion on item 6.4.b?
Yes, I have a motion, and I move to approve the proposed revisions to Rule 10, regulations and procedures for the accreditation of schools.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
It is moved and seconded to approve the proposed revisions to Rule 10, regulations and procedures for accreditation of schools. Is there any discussion? All right, the motion is to approve the proposed revisions to Rule 10. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Jones?
Yes.
Goebbels?
Yes?
Kojons? Yes. Morrison? Tegmeyer?
Yes.
Neary? Penner?
Yes.
Fricky?
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the revisions to Rule 10 are adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.4.c?
President. I move to approve the proposed revisions to Rule 14, Regulations and Procedures for the legal operation of non-public schools.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
It's moved and seconded to approve the proposed revisions to Rule 14, Regulations and Procedures for the Legal Operation of Approved Non-Public Schools. Is there any discussion? Elizabeth, do you have any comments, discussion-wise, that you would like to make?
Just a reminder that I'm sure all the board members remember, but for the public, we had this discussion last month, so the board members had a full month to think about and consider before taking the action today.
Thank you. Any other discussion? The motion is to approve the proposed revisions to Rule 14. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Neary, Coe-Johns,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Fricky,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Morrison, Tegmeyer,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The votes are 6 yeas, 1 absent. The affirmative has it, and the revisions to Rule 14 are adopted. Is there a motion on item 6.4.d?
I do. I move to approve the proposed repeal of Rule 23, 92 NAC 23, regulations for the basic skills competency testing of teachers and administrators.
I second that.
It's moved and seconded to approve the proposed repeal of Rule 23, regulations for the basic skills competency testing of teachers and administrators. Is there any discussion? Kirk, anything you would like to add to that? Okay. Discussion from other board members?
Patty? So I just think that this is a really important rule to just have a brief refresher of our conversation from our February meeting. So Rule 23 is a repeal of the basic skills competency examination. After taking into account the feedback from numerous stakeholders and our public hearing, as well as a report from the Johns Hopkins School of Education, our committee chose to recommend this repeal. The competency test does not have any correlation they have found to teaching effectiveness in the classroom. And many of us board members have been approached by superintendents who had interviewed, maybe even observed. I had one particular one out in western Nebraska who had a student teacher and was not able to hire this person, though he felt that she had the skills necessary for effectiveness in the classroom based on his observation. Couldn't hire her because she was unable to pass this. And he said we had to hire someone who is not as effective of a classroom teacher based on his observations. And so we know that the basic skills are assessed at multiple times throughout our teachers' schooling careers. They apply for admission. They're screened on their ACTs and SATs. They have to meet core requirements from their high school classes. They have to have a cumulative GPA of 2.5. And the educator preparation programs, they're required to pass many of their general education and professional education classes with acceptable grades. And then they're also observed in the classrooms by their supervising teachers, their practicum advisors. And so we felt that this could often be a barrier for students who had to take it multiple times because the exams do cost, and that can be a financial burden for those. And many of the stakeholders, and I mentioned them at the beginning, but the Nebraska Council of Teacher Education, NCTE, I knew the acronym, but they came out in support of the repeal. NSEA has supported it. Help me out, the other groups that have multiple of our colleges and universities that offer teacher education programs, they've supported the repeal. Superintendents have testified and supported it. current classroom teachers do and students themselves. So that's why we're coming to the board with this recommendation for repeal. And I appreciate your tolerance at a lengthy summary, but I do feel like a repeal is an important thing to review before we vote.
Yeah, I have a question. I understand that repeals will go to the governor's desk for signature. Is that correct? Do we have an estimated timeline or an idea of when we can expect this, if signed, to go into effect? Because there are May graduates waiting in the wings, and I know of some. So just a wonderment for me.
The answer is no. We don't have any idea how long it would take the governor to, I mean, it's up to the governor's discretion as to when the governor looks at it. The governor can send it back, the governor can not sign, there are lots of options, so there's really no particular time frame that we can count on. I think we're all in the position that we hope that the governor agrees with our position and that it is signed.
This has been years in the making with the help of NDE staff, so I appreciate this committee moving forward with this. My ask, I guess, is people who support this, especially those who might know the governor, share their concerns from multiple entities about this, and that this does deal with the teacher shortage. And if we are serious about making a difference for kids, they need teachers, qualified teachers in the classroom, and this is a way to open that door for more teachers. So advocacy, contact with the governor, it's his decision, and so it's an opportunity to educate about the necessary way this must go through if you want to truly make a difference in the teacher shortage. This would help. So sorry about the passion there, but
No, Lisa, I think you're reflecting the sentiment of the entire board, is that we have not done everything we can to help alleviate, and this is the first step that we're trying to alleviate that teacher shortage, and we all feel very passionate about it. I know one other thing that occurred to me, I forgot to mention, came out of our committee discussion, is it's not just, so often we think it's just these 21, 22-year-olds that aren't able to pass it. Sometimes it's people who are entering education as a second career. And many of us are nodding our heads going, oh yes, algebra or geometry, plane, cogent, sine. I don't know if I can do those anymore. And that alone can often prevent someone who would be a fabulous business teacher or English teacher or shop teacher from being able to enter into teaching as a second career. And so it's widespread that this would help to alleviate. Sherry has had multiple people contact her. I know that many of you have had people come to you about this. And it does not remove the content-specific tests. So we don't have people who aren't competent in math teaching math. No, they still are. That's their area of expertise, and we want them there. Even if they have forgotten how to write a research paper, we still want them teaching our students math and statistics and things. So yes, we are and thank you for reminding us of just the passion we have about this.
I guess I would also make sure that everyone on the board is aware that we will be meeting with the governor on Monday. There will be 4 of us, 2 board members, Deputy Commissioner Friesen and Brad Dirksen, meeting with the governor for 20 minutes to talk about this very thing, because we believe we can be some of the strongest advocates for this. So that is scheduled. So thank you, Lisa, for all right, the motion is to approve the proposed repeal of Rule 23. Would the recording secretary please call the roll?
Tegmeyer,
Yes.
Goebbels,
Yes.
Penner,
Yes.
Morrison, Kojons,
Yes.
Fricky. Yes. Neary, Jones,
Yes.
6 yes, 2 absent.
The vote is 6 yeas, 2 absent. The affirmative has it, and the repeal of Rule 23 is adopted. Now, we will move on to agenda item 6.4E, discussion item, to discuss the revisions to Rule 20 regulations for approval of teacher education programs.
So based on our committee workings yesterday, where we devoted the entire committee meeting to Rule 21, we are still, as a committee, in process of discussing this. And so I don't know if it excites you or not, but the next 3 agenda items, we are actually going to hold off on board discussion of 20, 21, and 24 until the committee has more time to discuss and then put together ideas that would then actually guide a full board discussion. So I would like to just postpone those 3 items.
Thank you. We are then to agenda item 6.4.H, substitute certificates.
And
Mr.
I'm going to
Penner?
do similarly what Elizabeth did. We had such a good discussion. We're kind of moving forward in committee, and we'll just let that one go. But was just going to discuss the frustration of the substitute teacher license. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now ready for special committee reports. Agenda item 7.1, the Ad Hoc Search Committee report. As the chair of the Ad Hoc Search Committee, I will provide that report. The Ad Hoc Search Committee reports on its Wednesday, February 22nd, 2023 meeting with McPherson and Jacobson consultants Steve Joel and Randy Gilson. Committee members present were Chair Patty Goebbels, Jacqueline Morrison, and Patsy Kojons. Approximately 80 NDE staff participated in stakeholder engagement process, with 27 of those volunteering to serve on the commissioner staff interview panel. 8 to 10 members from that group will be selected to interview the commissioner candidates. Additionally, an external interview panel comprised of education policy partners will interview finalists for the commissioner position. The Ad Hoc Search Committee will meet on Tuesday, March 14th, to review applications, view introductory videos submitted by candidates, and identify finalists to be interviewed. It is anticipated that finalists will be interviewed the last week in March. The committee will also be meeting this coming week to have more discussion about how the interview schedule might look. Okay. That completes the special ad hoc committee report. Are there any questions about that report?
Yes.
Elizabeth?
So one thing that you mentioned triggered my memory from last month where I had requested that all board members have access to all resumes. And I know that they just closed accepting applications. So I'm wondering when we can anticipate seeing those.
You will be able to anticipate seeing those that week. I don't know what that Monday is, but it's that same week of March 14th.
Okay, thank you.
And also wondering, may I?
Sure.
The survey comments, those will be forthcoming too as well, won't they? That we can see.
We have received an executive summary on the stakeholder survey. We have also received all of the data analysis as well as all comments. There were over 900 comments for the last question, which was, what are some of the challenges you anticipate the commissioner facing? The committee needs to be able to look at those first, right? They've just been received, so after our committee has a chance to go through and review the results, then we will be making those available to board members. Lisa?
I was just curious, and maybe you can't reveal it at this time, but I was just wondering how many candidates we have.
I can't reveal it at this time.
Okay,
But
I wondered about that.
and it's because I don't have that information yet.
I
right,
didn't,
since it
I didn't
just
know if you
closed.
did or not.
No.
Thank you. One more question.
Oh, sure, sorry.
When might we be able to just peruse the questions? Will that be like a week before the interview process, or just a general, not specific?
That's part of the discussion that we will be having in the next week or so, and certainly when we meet with the consultants on the 14th of March. So as soon as we get that information as a committee, we'll certainly let you know. There will be a script that we will have as an interview group, and that will be presented, and kind of the procedure for the interview process will be provided to the entire board before we have the interviews. Sure. All right. The next item on the agenda is 8.1, Board Discussion on Public Comment Time. As you know, the board agendas are developed by the president in consultation with the deputy commissioner. And so determining when public comment is during a meeting, or if it is really up to the president and the commissioner. However, there have been several board members who have provided suggestions to me about when they would like to see public comment in terms of timing, where it would be placed on our agenda. So I wanted to give all board members an opportunity to provide their input about when they believe would be the most appropriate time for public comment, what your rationale would be for why you would want public comment to be at a particular time, and so on. Just to provide Deputy Commissioner Friesen and I with input as we are trying to move forward, because we want to make sure that we're providing public comment at a time that it works with the rest of the agenda, but also is considerate of the public, as well as being considerate of any guests that we might have in the audience who are scheduled to present. So all those kinds of things come into play. But, sorry, I didn't mean to be giving my reflections on that. But I really want to hear from all of you what your thoughts are about public comment and where it should be placed on our agenda. Elizabeth?
Well, I'm one of those board members who approached President Goebbels about this. And the reason that I approached her was our current procedure of having the public comment at 1 o'clock concerns me. I love having a set time, but so often we have completed the bulk of our board actions. We've voted, and my concern is that if a member of the public comes to speak on a particular agenda item, and then we've already voted on it by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it doesn't allow them to speak into that issue before it's taken up for a vote. So I've been in favor of returning it to the beginning of our meeting, and I know right now we've currently got our public comment limited to 2 hours, and I know that's the bulk of the morning. Should we have 24 people come to testify? But my concern is that it just feels very not respectful of someone who takes the time to read the agenda, who comes up with their public comment. It's a little intimidating coming and doing public comment until you're used to it. So they put themselves out, And then if they don't get to speak until 1 o'clock and we've already voted on the issue, it can seem a bit of a letdown and disappointing that they weren't able to weigh in on the topic before we took the vote. So that's why I was hoping to return it to its original time of 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Other thoughts, other ideas? Sherry?
Well, I would just encourage, I can appreciate what Elizabeth is saying. I would encourage people who are in that situation to make sure that they take the freedom of emailing us ahead of time their views so we can consider. I would really encourage them to do that if that would help them any. I do see some benefits to the 1 o'clock as far as some people would be able to get off maybe a half a day of work, or they could take their lunchtime late and come here. So I think that would be that's good for having it at 1 o'clock, or a reason, a pro to having it at 1 o'clock. And again, when the guest speakers come, if we have 2 hours worth of public comment, and they were thinking they could speak at 9 and get out of here back to their jobs. So I appreciate that, but hopefully they could email us their comments or contact us personally by phone, and I would consider that their input in my vote. That's my comment.
Madam President, could you speak to the suggestions you were given? Because I think it was
Sure.
9 o'clock, but some other times also.
I was just going to ask, and maybe Dr. Friesen or Ryan, is there a time limit we give to special guests that come in, or just kind of a thought on that?
I should probably just go sit up at the front. The guidance that we give to external invited special presentations is generally no more than 10 minutes of content. And then for staff presentations, it depends on the topic, but often we're giving a general parameter of no more than 15 minutes, typically 10, again, depending on the topic and the content. And then, of course, in those situations, there's time for questions that's unknown.
An additional suggestion that came to me from another board member was for us to have our public comment period start at 11:30. Her rationale was that way it would be before 1 o'clock, so that if we were finished with our business part of our meeting, that we would not be waiting for then 1 o'clock and not have any public comment at all. Okay. I don't know if she provided any additional rationale to other people, but that was her suggestion, was maybe going with an 11:30. Any thoughts about that one? Or any of them?
Okay, so does that mean that we wouldn't take lunch until 1:30?
Part of the issue is, just as today, in fact, one board member commented to me before the meeting, this will be a short meeting, right? We'll be done with this meeting before 11. But just looking at the agenda, you never know what the discussion will be, how long the discussion will be, right? So it's really difficult to just look at how many items you have and be able to predict we'll be finished by 11, or we may need to take a recess and come back like we did today to try and finish the business portion of our meeting. So I don't think I answered anything that was asked, but anyway.
I don't think there's a perfect time for it.
Okay.
I mean, there's disadvantages and advantages. I understand what you're saying about, they travel here and they've missed it, but they can contact their representative, and we do written public comment where they're copied and given to all of us. So we could do that, or they could do that to be heard, because we can't control when we get to something, and so it doesn't make any difference what time we put it. That's always going to be the case. So I think that either 9 o'clock or after lunch, either one of those work. I think we have public comment phobia a little bit from some of our trials and tribulations from the past year and a half, right? And really, I mean, it's our duty to do it no matter when it is. And like, think about the public comment today. That was presented in such a way that we were all very interested and felt respected and all that sort of thing. I think either way will work. I don't have a preference whatsoever. I'm always interested in hearing what people have to say.
I do think it's important for the public who are either watching or attending to know that yes, we have public comment, but in order to get information to us before we vote, you would want to email or contact your representative, because we have available public comment, but that's not usually uploaded until after the meeting. So if they have a comment that they particularly want to weigh in on an issue before we vote on it, the best means is to email or call your representative or all the representatives before the board meeting.
Lisa?
Well, I appreciate the conversation because I'm torn, 9 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and then I think the people who live way out west to get here by 9 o'clock. I like the suggestion, the immediacy of emailing us individually or phone calling us. Then we could ask questions to clarify in advance if it's an issue we have. Right now, I'm leaning towards 1 o'clock, keeping it as it is. Just because you might have somebody have to travel a long distance to get here, wherever here is, whether it's Kearney, Omaha, wherever we are, that's always going to be an issue for some. But my preference at this time, because public comment, hearing voices from the public is very important. And when they're respectful like today, it's good. And we need to know what's on the minds of our constituency. And they know they can contact us at any time, but I would like them to know if we decide to change it, that we let them know, email us or call us in advance if there's an issue that we're dealing with on that Friday that you have a concern about, so that they know, remind them of that. So thank you for the conversation.
Any final thoughts? Well, thank you all. I appreciate, hearing what your thoughts are and your suggestions, because it isn't as simple as it seems to be able to come up with a time. There are a lot of things that we really need to consider, and the most important thing is that we want to try and be consistent for the public so that because people look and they get in a habit, and we want to make sure that we're not putting anyone in the position that they're expecting it to be at one time and then we've changed it. So that consistency is important. So thank you very much. We appreciate that. All right. Agenda item 9.2, written public comment. There was no written public comment submitted for this month's meeting. Agenda item 10.1 through 10.3. The next items on the agenda, 10.1 through 10.3, are information items and written reports for the board. Item 11.0, the good of the order. This section of the agenda is intended for board members to offer informal observations of the work of the state board. Board members may make brief announcements about attendance at future events for the purpose of informing other board members. No business or motions or suggested actions of the board may be offered at this point in the agenda, nor should board members engage in substantive discussion about other agenda items or introduce new agenda items. Does anyone have anything for the good of the order?
I just I know that a lot of our school district administration and superintendents do tune into our board meetings while they're working, and I am excited that coming up this month on March 23rd is the NERCSA, or the Nebraska Rural Community School Association meeting, and just want to I know that Sherry will be there, I will be there, Kirk and Patty, and so kind of just giving a shout out virtually to our superintendents. Come up and say hi. We want to meet you, introduce yourselves. We'd love to make those connections at the end, or at the middle of this month in Kearney. So.
Yes, and part of our presence there, our main reason for being there is that we will be doing a listening session with the members from NERCSA who are in attendance. And then Dr. Four will be the keynote speaker at the luncheon following. That's a shout out for Ryan, so.
We can
Just
hardly
thinking,
wait,
yes,
Dr. Ford.
Kirk's gonna stick around now. He wasn't going to, but yeah.
Anything else for the good of the order? Lisa? March 23rd and 24th. We will be there for our listening session on the 23rd. All right. Thank you to those of you who attended in person and who tuned in to the broadcast. The next meetings of the State Board of Education are scheduled for April 13th and 14th, 2023 in Lincoln, Nebraska. And just to take note, that is not the first Thursday and Friday. We had a schedule change, so it is the 13th and the 14th. The March 3rd, 2023 State Board meeting is adjourned.